Didn't even start up the rumble side and we're already dropping frames. Yeah, that's why that drop frame stuff is really annoying. Hopefully,
Yeah.
if it is really bad, if you're on YouTube side and it is really bad, there's a link in the description of the stream for the rumble side. And, it seems to be performing better as far as frames and stuff. So, yeah, good times there. Slowly working my way through all this stuff here. I've got, I think, all of this. I'm kind of saving the malachite, although I don't really need to, right? So like bountiful turns into 7 crushed. Then it should turn into nuggets. Bountiful, I think, is 7 nuggets. Let me check. Yeah. And then each nugget turns into 1 crush. So yeah, you don't lose anything by crushing it all down. And I kind of want to clean up this crazy row here. Set to nuggets. Okay. This. Oh, we just went through last night on the server a heavy storm. So unless we do a lot of sleeping today, which we could do, not really anticipating another storm today. But you never know. We could sleep enough where enough days would pass where you would have that. And I'm kind of waiting to see if anybody rolls in late. I say late, but I'm actually streaming early. One thing I want to try to do is distribute a little bit of power if I can. Where would be a good spot to do that? I'm gonna need more relays. too far. So what I really want to test is the how strongly the network is. But we're gonna need more LV relays. I should put max distance in. I think it's 8 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, if I do it there. Will this stretch? It will. I do want to do lights. I think that would be an interesting little simple thing. God, the hand over the face is really annoying because it's only in one direction, and it's not even the direction of the wind. So it's only when you're facing north that it does that. Even though the wind is coming straight out of the west. So if we want more wire relays, we're gonna need. Yeah, we're gonna need clay. Let's. Yeah, we already have a kiln. So this. It's a power hungry beast, but it can fire clay items. So we need wire relay base, and I'm gonna do this because I don't want to deal with that. The good old Napster mod. And then do duplicate layer does it faster because it does 4 at a time. I think you could do I think you could set the Napster to do 4 at a time. There's probably a command line option to do that.
So how do you feel about the balance of the vintage engineering mod? Do you think the requirements and stuff are
yeah, I mean, as far as my initial goal was to ensure that you needed, a certain amount of steel to get started. And I definitely achieved that. So yeah, that part of it I'm pretty happy with. It was a little bit more tedious. The one element that was a little bit frustrating was the extruder. the expense of the expense of the extruder, because I didn't realize like how much wire, like copper wire and braided wire, especially braided wire, pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So I wasn't, I knew that I wanted the extruder, and I knew that it was going to be a very handy thing, but to get to that extruder, like, it took more shenanigans than I really thought should be possible. But overall, yeah, I'm pretty happy with the balance.
Good.
All right, we are firing the clay. It needs to get 850 degrees, which is fine to me. And yes, I don't have any sound effects or anything. Like, I wish I did. The pipes, the pipes could emit when they move something. The pipes could emit the same sort of sound as chutes do. The little ringy-dingy sound when they move an item. That I could do. But the machines themselves, that would be tough. And I know we have some glass. There it is. Now, is it half slab, I think? Yes.
Man, I wonder if there's some kind of like copyright-free site you could download sound effects from.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be afraid, wherever I would find sound effects, whether a free site like that is, even sites that are like, these are royalty-free sounds, you're not guaranteed that they're the ones that actually own the rights to that anyway.
Yeah.
The system is kind of broken. And I know this because I basically have, like, early on in my channel, I reached out to the guy that does the Cyberwave Orchestra sound. And, he literally gave me explicit permission to use any of his tracks in my videos. And so if you watch like a lot of my like one-off specialty videos, mainly the cathedral videos, they'll have a Cyberwave Orchestra track on. And when I tried to play the Cyberwave Orchestra songs over the summer when I was playing Farming Sim, I just did a quick test. I was like mowing grass or something, and so I fired up some of the tracks, and every single one of those I got a copyright notice. And so I reached out to him again, and I was like, I thought you whitelisted my channel. And he looked it up. He was like, I did. Your channel's whitelisted to be able to use these. And I was like, I'm still getting a copyright notice on the song. And he looked into it, and he was like, there's nothing else he could do. But he had already whitelisted my channel for those songs or for all of his music, and the YouTube was still like, nope. So even if you have permission, there's no guarantee, right? There's no guarantee that you're gonna have permission. So
You have permission, but do you really have permission?
yeah. And just so everybody knows, yes, the cathedral is back. It is back in. There's the arena way over there, and here's the sweet, sweet cathedral. Massive amount of work went into this, and a massive amount of, you could, you know, we have 400 hours into this. You could put another 400 hours into this, pretty easy. But yeah, this back wall took a lot of time. These are all chiseled blocks, by the way. I had an artist, a real life artist, help with the design and the colors. So the colors are from Bricklayers mod. It's the hardened clay bricklayers colors that he added. There's a couple errors now because a couple of the colors have changed, and so you get a little bit of jankiness there. So I need to figure that out. And then the hardened clay itself has gone into like legacy mode, so I'm gonna need to figure that out. I'm not sure what I want to do about it, but yeah, there's a lot of detail in here. And you can convert blocks. There's a command that you can do that converts one block code into another block code to be able to upgrade. So what I was thinking about is the other mod that this schematic, right? The other mod that this relies on is my random changes, because I have the chain, right? I've got this iron chain, and then I've got my craftable chandeliers, as well as the metal fence, right? That's the gold fence around all of these. So all of those are coming from one mod, which is my Buggy's random changes. That's where those are all coming from. And so I thought, like, that Buggy's random changes mod, I could add the hardened clay into that, and just, I mean, right now I created a really simple mod that adds the blocks and the colors, because Tells is really bogged down on trying to update the Bricklayers mod. So I wanted to get this in the world for the stream. I wanted to show everybody that the schematic is still good. I did have to update it, so if you have it, you probably want to re-download it from the same link, because I had to update the gold. So all the references to the gold blocks, I had to ensure that those were mapped right, because they did change the name, the code of the gold blocks for whatever reason. And yeah, it's back in. It's good to go. And looking good. The other thing I could do is change these white quartz highlights into like the creative glow blocks and just have them like glow. But that might be a little too distracting. I don't know. I haven't done it because I'm not sure that it would look very good. It might be just too overpowering. But yeah, the thing is in, and it's glorious. And remember, this was made before we had chisel tools, before we had copy and paste. So all of the chiseling on this entire thing, even the floor, was all done one voxel at a time. So it's a lot of work. And I did finish using the chisel tools. I did finish the chisel deco of the house. Right, but I had to use voxelized wood rather than the beams, the support beams that they kind of worked out here in the front. Right, these are the support beams. These are the voxel. God damn, get the hand out of my face, Jesus! Why would you introduce a feature like that? So yeah, the support beams I have not been able to get to work. Very, very reliably. And I don't know if it's a client server thing or if it's a support beam thing, right? Because when I stretch it up, the thing, it places and it's offset at an angle. It doesn't actually connect where I'm pointing, as if the server doesn't know where I'm pointing or something. So God, that hand in front of the face is it's so annoying. Why would you do that as a feature of a game? Okay. That kind of goes right in front of Mr. Rooster.
Oh yeah. The rooster's gonna probably move anyway, so yeah, don't worry too much about that.
All right. Um,
Did we have a CNC machine yet?
we do not have one of those yet.
Okay, I know Renegade has one in his base. I noticed when I was in there one time. But we could probably mix up another one anyway.
Was he holding out on us?
It was probably for his shingles.
Oh yeah, forgot he did a shingle thing.
I'll make one for the main base though. I'm gonna borrow your some of the screws you got though.
Yeah, it should have quite a bit of stuff ready to go. Pretty decent amount. All right. Well, this pulverizer setup is, I mean, it's not bad. I'm indoors. Get your hand out of your face. I might do a mod that just stops the player. Just so annoying. It's pointing the wrong way. I mean, it's kind of always a little windy and snowy and rainy in this biome, so, like, I'd rather the character do that if it's, like, really actively storming. But it's not. It's just, like, normal weather. I might move the crusher as soon as it's done with its job. Move it over to this building.
All right. I forget, where are the metal bits?
In the chest above the copper.
Ah! Do we have a stash of LV wire? Oh yeah, right here.
Yeah, I crafted up another big batch of wire yesterday.
Nice.
And I'm just about starving to death because, of course, and I did dig myself a little bit of a thing here. Eat these peanuts.
Now, do we have spare metal tools? Or sorry. What the? Hold on. I had it in my brain and it just flitted away because I looked at something else. Wire tool.
We have a spare one? No, I've got the wire tool on me. You don't really need it unless you're removing wires from something.
The LV motor takes it.
Oh, right.
Okay, I need a bronze rod too, apparently.
Those are in the chest.
Oh. Alright, nice.
Let's do here. Grab this there. Hand out of your face, dude. That is so annoying. All right, this can go. Okay, apparently it's wood.
I put it on the front rack. You need it.
Okay. Put this to the side. It's a legacy thing, and it looks cool, so I'm going to put it over there. That. Where? There. And there. Okay. What I'm going to do. Grab a bunch of these. In the rack by the fire? I can't remember what he said.
Oh, in the front.
Okay.
Lower right, I think.
All right. Thank you. Just
Yep.
want to make sure my brain, I know where it is. I'll lose track of it. All right.
Yeah.
Before I do this, So if I sound particularly groggy today, because I was in a really deep sleep last night. You know, having gone to bed at like 2:30, I was really tired. And so after only about 3 hours of sleep, I was in a deep sleep. They blasted out an Amber Alert
Man.
at like 6:30 in the morning. And, you know, when they do that, it bypasses it bypasses everything, right? So, and it was loud. Like, it sounded like the end of the world. And it, like, I was in such a deep sleep. And it was so jarring. I had a nightmare every time falling back.
Oof.
I don't think I actually fell back asleep as I was. I think I was like floating in that realm of semi-sleep, and I never went back down in because it was just like, it was so jarring. So yeah, like I'm working on like 3-4 hours of sleep. It was brutal. I could not believe the one day that I don't have my phone on silent, because I have an alarm set to get me up to start, you know, so I'm on time with the stream. And it's like, yeah, again, one day, and it's like, oh, Amber Alert. And when I looked at the Amber Alert, it was for like an 18-year-old kid. And I'm like, what? 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 Like, that's all I saw. Then I went back to bed. I was like, I'm not gonna solve this puzzle. Like, what do they think the general public is gonna do? It's like 6:30 in the morning. Like,
Yeah.
usually those would go out, and it's like, if you're out driving, if you're, you know, you be on the lookout for this car or that truck, like whatever it is. It's like, then it's useful. But 7 in the morning on a Saturday, like, nobody's gonna fucking look at that and go, ooh, I need to. It's like, no, it's so stupid. So yeah, I was not a happy camper. That was just so bad. um, get your hand out of your face, you stupid nerd.
Should I make some more item pipes? I probably don't really need them, I guess. I don't know how many I'm gonna need.
I mean, I've got 50 on me. I mean, how many are you gonna need?
Just to get the I'd only need two pipes, but as far as the roofing, I haven't even calculated. I'm not even sure how big the because that's the main thing I need it for is the roof for this. I'm gonna do gray shingle tiles.
I mean, yeah, you only need a couple pipes. For the automation, I would recommend building it in the house here. As far as like the CNC, I know you crafted one of those. I've already got the kiln in there, so
it's upstairs. I just got to wire it in, pipe it up.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the pipes are relatively straightforward. I think it's one of the few machines that has the power on the side.
Yep.
So what do we do?
Okay, good. We have roofing master blueprints. That means I can quadruple the output of shingle tiles.
really matter where you go input output.
Now, have you fired shelves yet in the beehive kiln?
I have not fired with shelves. No, I don't know if Renegade did. I know he fired a bunch of stuff, but I don't know if he used shelves. But if you use shelves, you got to make the graded refractory or the refractory grates.
Ah,
You don't use shelves, obviously.
yeah.
But yeah, you lose out on that middle block because it needs use shelving. Or
Yeah.
depending on how if they stack, like if the shingles stack, like you can just stack them up 3 high. Like that's what I did with the bricks, and they all fired just fine. So
Okay. I'll give that a shot.
So the input is the little squiggly lines here. This is the extraction node, so that kind of gives you the visual like where it's extracting. So it should extract just fine, and then we need to wire it up. So wire it up like that, and there it goes.
Hoorah. Oh, nice. It's going to make them 12 at a time, too.
All right. Why is this?
Yeah, odd. It's not extracting yet.
Why is this not extracting?
It's always me who finds the bugs.
Yeah, it is.
Now it's gone. Maybe it is.
I moved it. I moved it manually. You should be seeing it notch down one at a time. Let me put the upgrade in it. Yeah, why is that not extracting? The flickering, by the way, Renegade was talking about this. The flickering is because of the animation that plays. Right? And it's flickering on and off the animation, and that's what's causing. I don't know. That should be working. Let's redo that.
I grabbed the ones from the output. I'm going to see if they stack. They do stack. Oh, man.
Oh, I wonder if it's sighted. Okay, it's pulling it. Okay, I must have. This must be an issue with the inventory reporting the wrong slot to pull from. It is pulling from. I just want to make sure it's going in the right place.
It does have an arrow on the top.
That is I think that's supposed to be like an exclamation point or something. Like hot surface. This is a QP Tech. The QP Tech thing, so I just sort of inherited it. But yeah, the second slot is getting pulled from.
Interesting. Okay.
So what it's probably doing, it's probably when there's a function call in the code for the inventory is get auto pull from slot, and you have to return which slot you pull from, right? So it's just a simple call. But it looks like I'm misreporting this slot as maybe, yeah. That's a quick bug fix. But I still need to write it down because I will forget.
Forget what?
CNC auto. I hope that's descriptive enough. One of my notes that I worked on this week, I was like, I don't know what I meant by that. Just like, I read the note and I was like, what did I mean by that? I have no idea what I meant by that. So yeah. Now, if we go back over here and we say, where, can you please stop with the hand in front of the face?
Random changes. It's getting a new feature.
Yeah, that's so annoying. Like, especially in this biome, like it's always a little stormy in this biome. So you don't have anything in your hand, right? It's only when you don't have something in your selected in your hotbar that it does that. Okay. This is where that was supposed to go. Now, as far as the delivery of things and stuff, what I think I want to do is put down these things.
Range. I was milking the ewes, and it gave the, done milking kind of thing. Well, doesn't really, it just kind of stops, I guess. But, yeah, and I didn't get any milk. I got a couple spare buckets from before, so it's no biggie, just weird.
This should be reporting 7 pushes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. 7 pushes, 1 ticker. The ticker is the extraction. If anybody's wondering, the ticker is the extraction. But I print all the debug sort of stuff up there because I'm still debugging. It's still a work in progress. But this should, maybe if I change, and I probably want to change this to round robin. Because it would try to, well, it may still work, but no, I don't want round robin. No, that would not. Nearest first. Because round robin would start pushing stuff into here, and I don't want. Ideally, the person that behind the Better Crate mod ideally would include or would add a controller. And a controller for the crates. I can even visualize how to do it. Like the algorithm, like you have a controller and it would just spider out, and it would just find all of the connected crates from the controller up to a certain range, and then it would keep like a map of the position and the thing that's inside of it. And anytime it would, anytime something was attempted to push into it, you would just look at that map and say, hey, are there any crates that I can push stuff into? And if it existed, then it would be able to move it. If not, it would look for an empty crate. Or a non-locked crate. So, yeah, a controller for this mod would be so nice. I'm pondering whether to have this stuff at all or to have it manually, because I think doing it manually is the way to go. I'm seriously doubting the efficacy of this.
We have someone in chat. Hello.
Astrom, hello. Lastrom. Hello, hello. Welcome. I am just trying to get some automation going here. So, did the tickers update? Yeah, 6 pushes. Now it should be 5 pushes. Yeah, okay. Clear out these pipes.
Werewolves into the game. Interesting.
Werewolf. The AI Why are you doing AI generated? Oh. You'll never learn how to mod and do that.
Might be received poorly also.
Yeah. People in general are not appreciative of AI generated stuff. And as a coder, I would definitely suggest not doing code. Okay. So this thing now, you can select the mode.
Yeah, Buggy has a Discord channel. Is it in the description?
I'm pretty sure it's on the about page of the channel.
Oh no, it is in the description also. Yeah.
Yeah. I try to put it places. I just never know when something like it's pigments. Yeah, I never.
Oh, he said he's an artist at heart.
Oh. Wow.
Oh, okay, he's in the Discord already. Excellent.
Double check. Double check. Machine. Operate. Yeah, artists are I could use some artists. Vintage engineering could use a definite touch, a definite polish. Because it's all very not polished. I did have an artist like start to contribute and then like stop. So an example is the metal press, and so they redid the metal press, and the other machine they redid was the LV generator, but they were doing it in a way that was not good, and so I basically was like, we need to put the kibosh on that, and we need to rethink how you're doing this, because it was eating up too much texture atlas space. So I was like, we need to rethink this. And I don't know, they just kind of left. And then there's one machine that somebody else did, the charger. So this thing is phenomenally awesome. I loved everything about it. It was a little bit inefficient in terms of like voxels, but overall it was phenomenal. But they're contributing to the other mod that shall not be named. And I was like, man, why? There's machines ready for overhaul in this mod. Like, why? Anyway, I'm not an artist, so like, these are my blowers, right? The fans work. The fans spin when they're on. At least I did that. But yeah, this is literally like my my attempt. And I know somebody else did a really cool blower, and it was a different style. It's like thin. The thickness is like thin. It's a little tall, and you can imagine the fan inside. I mean, it looked legit, and unfortunately, Discord, for some reason, when somebody new like does a DM, it doesn't show me the DM. It puts it into a pending list, and you know, I get a lot of people trying to contact me, so I don't always look in there. And so this person had posted that, and like a month went by before I saw it, and I was like, oh shit, like this is really good. And I was like, absolutely, let's do this. And yeah, nothing after that. Oh. Get out of it. Stop. Okay. This has been converted over. I am going to eventually switch this over to be a good test bed for a mechanical to electrical power system. Yeah. Because it's all part of the same network ID 5. Okay. The plan was to have more than one of these. You could just have a line of these, and then you have the inputs going along the top, and you could just mass make these. But these, I mean, this is 100 power per second, which is exactly what an LV generator does. And in general, you want more power generation than you have power consumption, right? You want a little bit more. You want a little bit excess to keep the machine topped up. Otherwise, the machine would get really bad. But so far, we're just burning the sawdust that I made for making all these planks and stuff. So, a lot of sawdust to burn through. Ow, claws. Yeah, I felt that, cat. I felt it.
So in the beehive kiln, you can fill all 9 tiles, right?
You can fill all 27 times.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I suppose 9.
You just got to be careful in the middle not to go up into the chimney.
Yeah. Have you ever done that? What and know what happens? Does it like void the process, or does it just not fire the ones up
I don't
there?
think it would fire the ones up because it's only
Okay.
limited volume.
Yeah. It would really suck if it just voided the whole process. It's like, nope.
Do you know how many doors you need to open for this process?
Just one.
So, do the back.
I don't know which mod it is that controls the stack size of logs, but you might want to add into there the debarked variants to stack to 64.
Yeah, I can't remember which mod it is. It might be my random changes.
That would seem to be the logical choice, but I know sometimes your mods don't follow logic.
Yeah.
It's more that, you created one and you put a whole bunch into that one, and then you created another one, and just didn't change them around after that.
Then I split one, the Doors of Plenty add-on mod, because people were bitching about the features in there that weren't about horse, so I split that one off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got various changes in various ones in my mod. All covered in.
Oh, good. Here, I was worried that you might have to go without cat hair for a day.
Yeah. Very good. I kind of wish, ironically, that in that the snow would pile higher than the quarter block.
Oh yeah.
You get the first little layer, and then it builds up, and then a quarter block, and that's it. But we're living. I mean, this biome is like constantly snowing, so we should have freaking snow drifts. Like we should have like massive amounts of snow on the ground. And I think that would be kind of interesting to see real snow, a concerted effort put into, like, if you live in a snowy biome, you got to deal with snow, because it if we were to open the door and the snow was piled up high, that would be pretty realistic in terms of like some parts of the world.
Yeah. I remember seeing an image, and maybe I even saw it on your channel, where it was just a road, like you snowplow roads, right? The only difference is that on either side is a literal cliff of snow.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's very common in mountain passes.
Yeah. And it was just funny because you see a truck. You see the full size of the truck in the image, and even above and below it, and you see no top to the cliff. It's literally 20 feet high, at least. Crazy.
Yeah, when my brother lives in the Seattle area, when he goes to visit extended family, he has to go over the pass, and there have been he's sent pictures of it sometimes where it's the mountain pass has got 30 feet of snow, and it's sheer cliffs along the highway, all the way up.
Jeez.
Firewood. Ooh, that's a lot of shingles.
Yeah. I have no idea how many I'm gonna need, so I figure at least just fill the back wall, or should we just fill the entire space?
It wouldn't hurt to fill it, but
Okay. I can always just place a few vessels with the remnants once we're done.
it's blue clay. We can go find more of. Uh,
Yeah. Well, plus it's one clay for every 12 too, so it's no big loss.
yeah,
CNC is pretty efficient.
yeah. It calculates whatever the input is. It calculates exactly how many clay you need to make it. Very efficient. Um, and it just consumes that amount. There's a weird formula for how many voxels a piece of clay is, because when you actually clay form something on the ground, when you first place the splat of clay down, it's X amount of clay, but it's in a big square, right? And
Yeah.
when you remove voxels of clay, you don't get really that clay back. Um, so by calculating exactly how many voxels you need and then how many voxels per piece of clay you get, which I think is 20, 15, 20, something like that. It's just like, oh, this clay form is, 36 voxels. That means it's like two clay. And I do believe I round down because it's like it's never exact.
Yeah.
Um, Again, I'm gonna go show 'em. Did sleep? We sleep?
Sure. Close the door behind me. Forget the fact that there's a giant open hole where a window should be.
Still super low on green. Should just pump out some.
I'll make some rice bread.
There should be rice flour in there. Right.
Okay. I'll bring some more to grind down for the next time we need it.
Pretty sure the kiln could be used. Me? No. I think I explicitly reject food-related recipes. Pretty sure. Because the kiln is supposed to be a high temperature.
Yeah. I wonder about the forge.
All the forge does is heat shit up. That's all it does.
Yeah.
It
But
doesn't.
that might be sufficient.
No, because there's no code in there that converts. Right? There's no code in there that detects. A smelted stack conversion, right? Because you have to have special code in a combustible thing. That's like, oh, what does this what does this convert to? What stack does this convert to when it's, quote unquote finished? There's a ton of code. When you're baking bread, there's a ton of code in there that is actually doing the process of baking. It's not an automatic. Especially like when you watch it, it physically gets bigger when you're baking something, right? Like it's rising,
cool.
right? It's so there's a lot of code that makes that happen. And none of that code is in any of my machine. I did not look to automate any of the cooking stuff because I want to sort of encourage other people to maybe tie into vintage engineering and use the power to do exactly that. Like, you could create an entire kitchen-based mod that uses the power for a stove and whatever, and like a refrigerator, freezer, and that uses a little bit of power and plug it right into vintage engineering. And one idea I had for that is an example mod that just adds like a refrigerator or freezer or both. And that isn't in vintage engineering, but it's just a supplementary to vintage engineering. It's like, hey, this requires vintage engineering as an add-on, as an example mod, and how to do that. Because a lot of it is me validating and verifying that a person could do this. Like I can say it all day. I can say it's possible all day, unless I actually do it and test it. you know, it may not be possible. So I wanna make sure that it is. Okay, so this is some more jam. I'm just gonna rock so much jam. And eat crazy
Yeah, well, I mean, we're certainly well. Other than the fact that I have to keep cooking it, I'm gonna fire some more crocs too. That way I don't. That way I can get a good backlog of food. That's one reason why we run out is that I don't have a ton of crocs left over. I shouldn't have made so much jam.
so much jam.
Yeah, and the funny part is most of that jam came from one harvest.
Oh, I would believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes fast, or it goes far. The number of bushes. Dining table mod load.
Yeah, that sounds kind of interesting.
I mean, yeah, I mean, everybody eating at the same time would be kind of hard because, you know, you'd have to have everybody's hunger sync up, and it wouldn't always sync up. Because if I walk around with nothing in my offhand, and then Os walks around all day with something in his offhand, our hunger rate is going to be very different. As same is true with the armor that you're wearing, right? And so, yeah, your hunger rates are not always going to line up. But you know, I like the thought of the innovation there. We could always use.
It would definitely be a nice roleplay aspect. Okay.
But yeah, there's a few supplemental mods or supplementary mods that, you know, I'd like to see for vintage engineering, the power system. One of them being like, you know, a modern kitchen or a modern-esque kitchen. The other one being farming, some farming tools, farming automation, because farming in this game is very different than Minecraft, and you'd have to approach it differently. Like, yeah, you'd have to tackle it a little different, but you wouldn't need a machine constantly trying to harvest the grass or harvest the crop, right? The crop grow time is so long that, you know, you could literally like trigger it with a button press or something, and just be like, you know, harvest. Look at the area around you and harvest. You know, very rarely. So I don't know. I think there's more room for like. There's a thing in QB Tech that I wanted to integrate, and bring in, but I held off because I needed to get the LV tier done and in the hands of people. Last fall is when I basically I clamped down on feature creep, and I was like, okay, I gotta stop because I wanted to take a break. But there's a soaker block that when you hook it up to water, basically ensures that all the blocks in a radius are watered. Right? Their moisture content is up. And that is something I'd like to do because I already have the pump, like the fluid pump. Right? Fluid pump is already done. It's in and it works, believe it or not. It's a spicy, really expensive guy. I mean, it's built. The recipe I ensured is a very late LV tier. Like, I did not want people building these early on. And again, it kind of borrows a feature from Create, in that any body over like 10,000 blocks, it's infinite. It doesn't actually pull it blocking. So yeah, you could hook this up to a big lake, right? Just a giant lake, and then water your farm with it, and not need like an extreme amount of the lanes of water to keep everything watered. Just keep the moisture out. So I want to get that in. Which it's a challenge. It would be a challenge. But I think it would be possible, because basically you would have the block itself would have a little bit of a fluid inventory, and that's what the pump is actually pumping it, because the pump works with the pipes. Right? We have item pipe and fluid pipe. So fluid pipes they work just like the item pipes, and you can move things around, and basically all the same rules as item pipes. Yeah, I mean, vintage engineering is a very well featured mod at this point already. Like, it's very functional. It's very, very good. And the LV tier that is right now done, I had two goals for it. One, cover as much of QP Tech as I could, because Quentin basically gave me permission to take over the spirit of QP Tech, because he was not interested in expanding it. The code base was just too nasty. And two, I wanted to cover an LV tier. I wanted to basically cover all of the vanilla base game, or as many of the vanilla base game crafting mechanics as I could, outside of cooking, which I wanted to sort of. This spit out a bunch of. Oh yeah. Deeks. Oh well. Oh well. But yeah, outside of cooking, like, most of the crafting, I haven't even gotten to the mixer yet. There's a mixer. This is a crazy block. Like, this was the, like, one of, if not the last machine that I implemented. And it is crazy, the code and the logic for this thing, because it's by far the most complex crafting mechanic in the game, and there's so many like edge cases and so many different things that can be done with this, that it was a nightmare. And so it's also, because it was the least tested of all of the things. So yeah, there could be some spiciness going on, but the mixer, like, there's a lot of stuff this thing does. It can do most of what you can do in a barrel. So it's kind of a replacement for a barrel, and it's much, much faster. And it has custom recipes, so it like inherits barrel recipes. There's code in there to bring in barrel recipes, but there's also a custom recipe set that it looks at and tries to match with. And you can add, your own recipes if you wanted to. But it's by far the most complex, because it can take I think it can take up to 4 item and 1 fluid input in any combination. 4 item and 1 fluid, and then output 1 item and or 1 fluid. So you can output a fluid in an item, you can output a fluid, you can output an item, right? And you can input up to 4 items and 1 fluid. So it's crazy. Like, there's so much going on with this block. Very, very, very complex. And on top of that, there's code in there where you can place it on top of the forge, right? That's why the forge has these feet sticking up, because you can place it on top of the forge, and the forge then detects that, and once it detects it, it then allows itself to heat. I put heat in quotes. It allows the mixer to then have a completely different set of recipes that require heat and not just normal, right? So you can have the mixer say, "Oh, to make this recipe, you need this much heat," and so you'd have to come in here and literally like dial this and say, "Okay, the recipe requires 200 degrees," and that way, this thing then would heat the mixer up on top, 200 degrees. Oh, excellent. Excellent. I'm currently trying to track a bug. If you can figure out, there seems to be some weird behavior that I have not been able to replicate on this server with chunk boundaries in the pipe network. If a pipe network is really, really big and it crosses a chunk boundary, it's intermittent. It's one of these bugs that's just insidious because it's not consistent. And yeah, so I'm currently trying to figure out how to replicate that so I can debug it. But yeah, if a pipe network is really, really big and it crosses chunk boundaries on a server, there can be a bug. And it's like, it can work for days and days and days, and then something happens and it corrupts the pipe network. It doesn't do anything to the server. It doesn't hurt the server, but for some reason the block entities of the pipe itself get all scrambled. Like, I don't know if their brains get all scrambled. I don't know. I have not. It was reported last fall, and I have not been able to replicate it. To fix it. I don't know what causes it. So if you are able to lock it down and replicate it with consistency and know like maybe what causes it, like that would be extremely helpful information. But if you don't want to deal with that, just don't have pipe networks that go hundreds of blocks. Keep it simple, and you'll be fine. This server has been going for weeks now with Vintage, and we haven't had any issues. Like, everything has been really, really good. And
minor issues here and there, but
a couple bugs here and there, like the bug with the slots here and stuff. But those are easily fixed. That would be an easy fix. I can get that fixed in it. I don't know. I don't know whether to upload a new public version or just keep it members only until the next public version. Because it's not a game. It's not that slot issue is not a game breaker.
right.
It's annoying, but once you're done crafting, you just grab that other stack and you're done, right?
Yep.
It's not really mission critical. Multi-block structures are planned. The first one here, the creosote oven. So this is the first. This is the test building. Right now it uses the vanilla multi-block system, and I did make pipes work with it. That was the last update I did. The public version that's now is I got the pipes to see the multi-block and be able to connect, and so you can automate these right now. Fuel goes in the top, and then the input, output, and fluid output are on the sides. And yeah, so this multi-block right now you just craft the creosote oven, right? Because the multi-blocks, the code that I want to do is not in there. That is on my list. That is on the list for MV tier is multi-blocks. Because yeah, this mod, Vintage Engineering, is inspired by and seeking to basically not replicate. I think replicate isn't bad, but
homage or
yeah, seeking to, well, be familiar with people who've played immersive engineering, and immersive engineering is all about multi-blocks, and it's just a matter of doing a bunch of custom code for multi-blocks, because the base game has a multi-block system. There is a built-in multi-block system, but it's limited in size, right? So like the beehive kiln, right? The beehive kiln, this is technically a multi-block. I don't know what, I think the controlling block here, the block that the block that is the brains of this process, I think, is the door. Because this is the only thing that you craft explicitly for the beehive, right? The doors here, these iron hatches, these are used in the coke oven. And this iron hatch is the brains of the coke oven. So back here, they're just iron hatches. But over here, they're the brains of the coke oven. And so, yeah, I think the brains here is this door, which is technically down here. The doors, believe it or not, the doors in this game are all multi-blocks. So, yeah, I want to build a multi-block system that, for one, allows for larger sizes. And the way to do that, you're gonna have to roll your own. I have to roll my own multi-block system because of how the base game multi-block system goes. The base game multi-block system generates block IDs that, in the name of the block, right, is the offset to the controller. So the controller in this instance is the center middle block on the bottom. Right, that center middle block, that's the block you place, and that creates this whole thing. Well, eventually what I want to do is place that controller block and then build the thing around it. Once it's complete, it swaps to this block, right? It swaps to this block, which is the finished thing. But to build it is going to require bits and bobs to build it, just like in immersive. That's the plan. Now, how I do that, it's scary, it's frightening, and I thought I was going to have help doing it, and the person backed out. So, I have the whole feature plan. It's all, there's a design document on the GitHub repo for the multi-block system. There's a whole design document for it. So the feature is designed. I have to figure out a way to approach it that I'm comfortable with. There's a lot of spatial, three-dimensional shenanigans that go on there. Oh man, it's gonna be tough.
All right. Just to update you, I made 4 cheese pies and a few stacks of rice bread,
Ooh,
and I'm putting them in your food cellar.
restocked. Cheese pie.
Yeah, that seems to be. I mean, like the two to go together because a lot of the food is meat and vegetable oriented. As in the stuff I put in crock pots. The porridges and stuff just aren't much satiety, so I never bother with them. Oh, well, and not to mention, they don't preserve long at all.
Yeah.
Even in containers.
Vintage. Yeah, there's a lot left in vintage, by the way. Anybody who's looking at vintage engineering, and thinking it's done, it's not even close. LV tier really the main purpose of LV tier was to get the base game stuff done. I mean, it's got fluid tanks. If anybody didn't know that, bronze, iron, and steel fluid tanks. Ignore the quantum tank. Yes, it holds stuff, but it doesn't do what I'm planning on it doing, which is being like the Ender storage. So the Ender storage mod, which allows two things to sort of be the same. That's what the quantum is, and that's what all the. If you look at all the gubbins for vintage engineering, you see temporal steel, that kind of stuff. That's all probably going to be MV tier. There's going to be a machine that you're going to be able to put steel into, but the machine will only craft during a temporal storm, and it will make temporal steel, right? Sort of like steel that's sort of in flux and blah blah blah, whatever. But yeah, that's what that's for. And then there's crude oil. So anybody who adds it to their world, you'll have a very rare chance of seeing like crude oil spouts on the surface. I mean, I searched far and wide on this world. There's a couple close. There's a little oil right there. Right? These are waypoints, not oil spots. So there's one right there. There's a little tiny one there. And then a large one, which is even rarer. You have to go all the way down. Yeah, all the way down. Because they only spawn in deserts. This is why the temporal steel tank is going to exist, because you're going to have to go all the way down. Like, there's my large oil right there. So that is, I don't know, 35,000 blocks south, 10,000 blocks west. That's a long ways away to be pumping oil, but there is a metric ton of oil right there. And what is? I don't remember. Did we? Yeah, we explored this. I think there's a POI right there. I'm pretty sure we explored that. Maybe. But anyway, yeah, that's the large oil deposit. Tons of oil right there. And I don't know. I think I came across one more, but they're very, 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 very rare. Um, um, but yeah, the oil, as you probably can guess, the oil is going to be. Where's my home? The oil is going to be used in the MV tier for refining and such. There we go. So yeah, LV tier was covering vanilla mechanics, as many as possible, and then MV tier is getting into power generation, like advanced power generation. And then HV tier, which is after MV tier. HV tier is way down the road on my wish list. And that is basically akin to like the mechanism nuclear set. That's in my mind. That's how that feature form is. The HV tier is all the really high level, huge power draw and power gen, right? Or like the arc smelter from Immersive, just a massive power hungry beast that there'd be no way to power it unless you had, at a minimum, a full crude oil refining setup for high level fuels and stuff, big diesel generators. And then yeah, the HV tier would be super high level power gen for whatever modders can do, right? If you just, in the end, if we do get to HV tier, what I'm hoping by the time we get to that point, other mods will have picked up and started building on vintage engineering, and you'll start needing that power, right? So what you got to ask yourself, what comes first, power gen or power draw, right? What do we do first? Do we generate? Do we have a nuclear reactor and turbine that generates an obscene amount of power that you would never use? Like, you would never use the amount of power it would generate. Do you do that first, or do you do a mod that requires that amount of power? Right? So I think that you produce that amount of power first. And that gives people permission to use that amount of power, right? So you could basically get to a point where, like those translocators, you could do a teleportation network that requires that amount of power, right? I would imagine if you're teleporting, you'd need pretty healthy amount.
That would stand to reason.
So yeah, like once I have the multi-block system done, and I was really like, I mean, I don't know if Blue Lightning would want to do it, but the multi-block system, you could even make it a separate mod and just make it a library, right? And I would just plug into that for all my multi-block. The feature is already designed. The design document is there for how I envision and how I would like to use it. Yeah, it would be.
That would make sense.
It would be so nice to have it be a library mod. Now that adds a wrinkle to the mod Vintage Engineering, because then once you start depending on mods, once that happens, now you rely also on that mod updating when a new version of the game comes
And that is why, right up till now, I have not had any mod requirements. There's been no dependencies because, I've been burned in times past where I'll build something based on, another library, and a version of the game will come out, and the author of that is just nowhere to be found. And it's like, well, I can't do my mod until they update their mod, and they're not updating their mod. So now, do I update their mod? And like, now I've got two mods that I need to update. Like, it cascades down, so it's really hard, right? Making a dependency, which is why I don't have a dependency on the config lib or anything like that, because I'm just like, those mods are not really something I want to get into or depend on. Um, so yeah, keeping or trying to keep vintage engineering as free from shenanigans as I possibly can. Right. Man, I even had a sign here. God damn it.
Oh.
You put rice in this thing, and I had a sign here. Double check machine operating mode. And the rice was just sitting here because you didn't switch it to grind.
Ah.
I was like, damn it. I had a sign and everything.
Well, sorry. It's not like it's urgent because we've got tons of bread.
But my sign. I wonder where Renegade is today. I was expecting him.
Yeah.
I wonder if he had like a. I wonder if his kid had like a football game or something.
Yeah, he probably got family distracted.
Yeah. Damn family. Yeah, when you mentioned the stack size of the debarked log, it's funny because when I made the mod that changed the stack size, the debarked logs didn't exist. They weren't even a thing when I made that, so yeah, it is what it is.
Boy, can't you see the future? Oh,
Yeah,
silly
I wish.
buggy.
If I could see the future. Woo! I want to show off. I'm going to show off the cathedral. Just, I put as much screen time on this thing as possible. It's 400 hours of work. It's like, it was like a month and a half of both Oz and I working on it. At least. Like, it was so much time. Not to mention, I mean, we built it in survival, so all the materials, like, the thing is made of quartz. The quartz ancient blocks, which I add via the quartz blocks mod. So, like, the thousands of quartz that it went into. Not to mention all the crafting of all the colored clays. So we had to make all the dyes, and we had to, for bricklayers, you have to make the dye mix of all the different colors. You had to find all the resources for like that malachite color. You have to go find malachite for that. Like there's a lot of work that went into just the materials, not to mention like all the glass that's in here. Like all the acacia wood. Like this is all acacia. So many acacia trees. Because remember, there's these upside down ones, and on the other side, there are right side up ones. And I could switch it over to like shingles. I could do like red shingles. Yeah, I could switch it over to like red shingle blocks, which is, oh, it's fire clay with 2 doors open. Oof. That would be so much fire clay. Fire clay is really hard to find. I'm pondering whether to add a little bit more generation into the Orza Planning mod for fire clay, because it's hard to find. When you find it, you usually find a decent amount of it, but you go through a lot. This would be a lot. This would be a lot of shingles, especially if you did both the sides and the top. So you can see like all of this, and then all of this up here. It would be a lot of shingles. Yeah. The back wall, right? The back wall was not really hard because I had a pixel to pixel map to go by. The hardest thing was this gear in the front. This thing was a nightmare to do, because it's not really even, because what I did was I kind of loaded a gear, right? And I loaded it in like Photoshop, and then I blew it up to the dimensions, the voxel dimensions that I wanted. And then I basically did pixel to pixel all the way around, and I had to count like every little pixel, right? I had to like count on my thing, and it was just, oh man. And then the center, and then it was a lot of work. Like this giant gold gear was an immense amount of work.
Yeah, that was almost as bad as the back wall.
In some ways, it was worse. The back wall was relatively straightforward, flat, like just pick the color, pick the pixel, and good to go. Almost like I could just like zone out and do the back wall. But this big giant gear was every pixel. I had to fight for every pixel to make it look good. And even then, it's not perfect, but it's close enough. But yeah, this is a pretty decent project. And I was hoping Tells would get the Bricklayers mod updated by today, but he was just swamped. He's super busy at work, so I just to get it to be imported, I just created a tiny little mod that adds the hardened clay variants, and that's all it does. It doesn't add any recipes. There's nothing. It just adds the hardened clay and the colors from the Bricklayers mod, and that's all it does. Because all the schematic needs is the blocks to exist. There's a little bit of weird mapping going on with the colors, though. It looks like I've got two different browns. So there's like brown and fire clay. I don't know which is which. And then there's another. See, there it is again. And then the orange. Looks like there's a subtle difference with the oranges. So it looks like red. No. Not really sure what would cause the orange problem. But this build has been, yeah, there's more of the same in here. So it's a little distracting. What it looks like is a different variant of the same texture. Right, so that's probably hardened fire clay. But I'm guessing that's a block. I'm guessing that's a block border right there. It's hard to tell where the block borders are in this because there's no obvious case, but that might be a block. No, that's definitely not as wide as a block right there. So I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. It's probably just an error with my little Band-Aid mod. All right, I need some food again.
Broke out one of the pies.
Woo! Oh. I even kept my knife on. Yeah, I did. I got last night. I finished the house, so it's all pretty and even got all the erosion on all of the bits. Oh, except for that one. Do I have the pantograph? I don't have the pantograph. I shouldn't have to have the material on me if it's already that material. I'm gonna guess this is gonna place it sideways. Yep. There's definitely a bug with the pantograph. What happened to my wrench?
I think I've seen it somewhere. Is it on near the forge?
Oh, I've got it fucking on my hotbar. No wonder I'm not even.
Ah, it's right in front of my face. That's why I couldn't find
like,
it.
Jeez. I was looking everywhere but my hotbar, and it's like sitting right down there in my hotbar. Here it is. I was pondering whether to like carve a design for the roof pit peak here, but I'm not a sculptor. And the decorative chimney here, this is another QP Tech or QP Quentin chisel tool thing. You do a chimney, the decorative chimney. So you place that down, and then you chisel a block, right? You just take a block and you chisel it in whatever shape you want, and you pick it up, you break it, you pick it up, and you right-click the decorative chimney, and it assumes that shape. So, yeah, I just sort of trim that up, and something simple, but it works. Mainly I did it because it's, it always puts out particles. And that's what I wanted. Because it looks cool, damn it. Right. Yeah. Winter is 6th December. I think we got that big storm right near the end of November. Like day 8 or 9 of November. So it's going to be a few more days before we get another storm. Yeah, this is the arena. I wanted a nice open spot to do battle, which worked really well. I mean, we did a heavy storm in this. And it worked. So I swear to God, they copied my chain for the deco.
Oh,
The clutter.
the base game did?
Yeah, it's like I added chain with all these chains. I added with my random changes mod, and then boom, they've got this rusted chain clutter all over the place now on all their things. It's like, oh, but why? And they didn't allow you to craft it, which is like, I don't like that.
I don't know, making a chain, that's pretty high-tech stuff, man.
Yeah. I should get some. I'm never really sure how to decorate the area around the cathedral. I'm always kind of at a loss for that, but
Well, if you look at real life, I guess a lot of them are in a city, so they don't have much chance to.
well, when they were
To
first
decorate much.
built, like most cathedral projects were not built in the middle of the city that they were built.
Yeah, the city expanded around.
The city basically built around them because they were the hubs of the city, or they became the hubs of the city. But
Yeah.
usually the cathedrals have like a plaza out in front of them. Usually there's space out in front of them, unless they're in a really dense city. But usually there's a little bit of a plaza out in front with like bushes and stuff. So yeah, I could do that. Kind of wanted to square this off and get this looking better. It's hard to do in the winter because everything's all frozen. The ice is all frozen. All the bees are harvestable.
Yep. One more, I think. There we go.
Yeah, I might want to. Oh my, I'll harvest. Yeah, and there's a. I noticed a mod they added. I don't know how they did it, how they implemented it, but they added like a smoker, like a beekeeping smoker that prevents the bees from like swarming when you break a scab. I don't know how he did it or what change they made to the skep in order to do it.
Necromancy.
Come on, bees, over here. There you go. You attack that dump. Poor dummy.
Yeah.
I'll leave that one. Alright. Harvest successful. 3.5 stacks. It's ready for another. Oh, run away. There's one machine type that I have not replicated in the LV tier. There's one thing that I didn't replicate. I wasn't sure how. And I might tackle it for the MB tier as a more advanced thing, but yeah, the fruit press. So basically like a mechanical squeezer type thing. It just doesn't exist.
I really phoned it in when it came to the farm and the animals this time. But that's in part by intent. I didn't want to get swamped or, bogged down by that as much if I'm gonna build the tavern.
Plus, we just didn't need like giant herds of fucking pigs and stuff like you just don't need.
Yeah.
Usually in games past, you'd have so many animals that it was like, holy crap, feed 50 people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or one renegade.
Yeah.
It's no fun making fun of him when he's not around.
I
though.
know, like it doesn't hit. It just doesn't sit right, you know. That doesn't hit as hard, I guess. Where is the fruit press?
Downstairs of the cellar,
Hmm.
I think. Yeah, it's all the way in the back. There's 3 rooms.
Okay. Hmm.
We can move it if you want.
Yeah, maybe even temporarily, but I want to grab a bucket. Come up to the top. No, don't eat. Don't eat the thing. Eat. Let's see if I can craft a quick tank. Where is it? There it is. Iron tank is 64,000 liters. That's a lot. I think that'll be plenty. Iron rods. Do we have iron rods? I can't remember if I made any. I did. Excellent. Grab some iron screws. Iron plate. And quartz glass. Is usually pretty easy to make. Let's check if we have any. Don't look like it. And it's not this kind of glass. Quartz glass is a little different. A little easier to make. It might be. Yeah, it's clear quartz, not regular quartz. Put that away. There we go. No, quartz glass. Okay. Now, grab the iron. Quartz glass. Iron, 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 iron. Iron fluid tank. I'm hoping it holds. All right. Go grab that fruit press. Dark in here.
Was it something you were curious about in there?
No, just grabbing the fruit press. That. Now I'm kind of curious. I haven't tested this, so I'm not 100% sure whether the whether a fluid pipe would see that fruit press with the bucket, because yeah, it's really abstract. When you place a
Yeah.
bucket under the fruit press, it doesn't really do that. Right? It's pure, it's a trick, right? It's like a magic trick. It takes the bucket out of your inventory and then it appears under the fruit press, but that's a trick. And then when you right click it again, right, it's another trick. But the block never stops being a fruit press. Right? You're looking at the fruit press, it's still reporting as fruit press. So the fruit press itself has that fluid storage in it. And my hunch, because what the fluid pipe is looking for is a inventory slot, as ethereal as that sounds, an inventory slot that has fluid in it. Which a fruit press would. It would have fluid as part of the fruit press. But it's kind of a convoluted way of doing it. So what I want to do is I want to grab... Wait, that's metal rod too? There's the pipe. There it is. And I think it's iron. So let me grab like 4 iron. Put these in... No, that's a die. Okay. They're wrong machine. Put the die in there. I'm assuming extrudes into fluid pipe. I'm assuming I need to heat these up. Yeah. If you do this and it's like no valid recipe found, why? That's literally the recipe. It's like it's because you need to heat them up. And I need to grab my tongs. So I'm gonna open that and open that. Put that in there. No valid. Wait, what? That should work. Extrudes into fluid pipe. Do I need to heat these up more? Go up to 1100. This is the base. Okay, now I'm curious. I need to look at the files. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to pause for a second while I look this up. Recipes, extruder, pipes, fluid pipe from ingot, metal, iron, fluid pipe. Ah ha ha! I think I know. I think I know what it is. Yep, that was my other hunch. This is a iron die cast, and we need a harder die cast. So let me grab and do a couple ingots of titanium. We're gonna need some wire. This needs to get really, really hot. Um, and it's literally 60 seconds. It's actually less than 60 seconds. It's actually 60 seconds. What's 20% of 60 seconds? 12 seconds, so it's 48 seconds. Yeah, the blast furnace is like, I think the last thing that I crafted. Or the last crafted, Jesus. Is the last thing that I made.
Designed, coded
Coded,
into
yeah.
the game.
Let's do this. And then, I don't know, saw blade. One extra voxel on the saw blade. That's pretty amazing. All right. While those are cooling, let me. Do I have my wire cutters? I do not. I think you put them. Yep, right there. Need to turn these off.
Oh shoot! Oh shoot!
What?
You, I was crouching while mining a block. Which means your change to tools, vein mining
Yep.
for tools. Yeah. Shoot.
Yep.
Handy feature, but shoot. You know, actually, I think it would be better if it was run rather than crouch.
Well, you can't run and stand still at the same time.
Exactly. That's why it'd be good to use that button.
I mean, I could just invent a keybind for it. I could use the, I could use the, what's it called? The tilde key. I think they call that. What do they call that? Back tick or something like that. There's a weird.
Yeah, because the tilde key isn't actually the tilde key, because tilde is
Shift.
when you hold down shift and hit it. So yeah. Back quote, I think.
Yeah, maybe back quote. Yeah. No matter what key I buy, no matter what key I select, somebody's gonna be like, "Can you make this a different key?" So,
Yeah.
You know, it's I should have built these two machines somewhere where there's a nice area that I could have. Okay, whatever. Let's cool the fluid pipes down because they're a little toasty. Stop. Because they float, I need to make their density higher. There we go. Okay, let's test. All of that could just be funked. Oink. Yeah. So, this does not see that as a fluid inventory. If we put this here, yeah. I think I have... I think I must have overridden that somehow. To not see the bucket, because the bucket is... It's a weird thing. Yeah, it's not gonna... That's fine. It's fine. We can just take this out, put it in there, put this back, bring that up, grab the mash, or the pressed wax, make that into beeswax, and do it again. Yeah, so an industrial squeezer is definitely on the list of MV machines. And I kind of now that I've thought about it for a little bit, I kind of did it on purpose because for the oil processing and refining step in the MV tier, I thought a mechanical squeezer would be a good fit for that tier because of you could squeeze like seeds for seed oil, or in general just like I don't know, find maybe even introduce like a custom type of seed. You could introduce like canola, which would be like crap for nutrition, but it would make really good oil. Wow, that was fast. And yeah, this is another one of my mods. Which it's funny the the honey press mod that I did like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Like there's at least 2 other people that made almost an identical mod.
Oof.
Right? And it's like, didn't you search the mod list first? Like, a simple search would have shown like this was already done. Like this process was already done. But no, people don't search for that kind of stuff. There's 50 liters of honey in there right now. Remember, this thing holds 64,000. So that would be a lot of honey.
Entire nation of diabetics.
Yeah, 64,000 liters of honey. That would be like a Olympic swimming pool of honey.
Wonder what swimming in honey would be like. don't think it'd be very entertaining.
It would be very, very difficult
Yeah.
because it's so thick. Like, depends on how hot the honey is. And you really don't want to swim in hot honey.
Yeah.
But the colder it is, you know, it would be like being locked in concrete, basically. Like, it would be very,
Yeah.
very difficult. Yeah, I'm so glad he fixed the bug with this. There was a bug with the fruit press. There was a rounding bug where you'd put exactly 10 in, and all the code in the back end, all the code was explicitly for like, hey, this is exactly 10 of these makes exactly 10 liters, etc., etc. And yet, in previous version, it would make 9.98 liters. It was super frustrating trying to get the numbers to be exact. And it would work fine if you did 5. If you did 5 pieces, it would give you exactly 5 liters. But if you did 10, it was 9.98 every time. So I'm really glad he fixed that bug because it was really annoying.
There's a lot of things that he's fixed in this version when it comes to the fruit press. Because there was a lot of other little things too.
Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't.
Yep.
I've never used it enough to really know all the little quirks, but
Yeah.
believe it or not, this is also a multi-block. Technically a multi-block.
I'm really surprised that the distiller isn't a multi-block. It's 2 separate blocks that interact with each other. Which, yeah, that's a multi-block, but you know, it's not a solid structure like a door or the fruit press.
Yeah.
2 separate things that you place down. Jeez, that's a lot of shingle.
Is that thing full yet?
Getting close. Getting close.
Good lord.
Yep. I did run out of the clay at one point, so that's one reason why it slowed down for a bit there. Do I need that full? Yeah, I bet you I do. Okay. Because yeah, I didn't actually do the math on it. I just, yeah, that's probably enough. You know, three stacks of clay. How could we possibly need more than that?
Famous last word.
Yeah. You know, I had thought that I might have overdone it on the ancient segments, but nope, not so much. There's still a lot.
Yeah, good thing. I mean, when I made that recipe, it was one of the very first mods I did. Because when I found out, like, the quartz blocks, quote-unquote ancient blocks, like, they were the most resembling nether quartz. And I, love building with nether quartz in Minecraft. one of my favorite block types to play with. And when I found out that you couldn't actually craft those ancient segments, the only way to get them at the time was to buy them from traders. And you would buy them like 4 or 5 at a time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how the hell is this supposed to work? Like, there's no way that you could make this work. But you couldn't build a structure out of these things. Because you'd need hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. And if you're buying them from traders, there's just no chance. There's no chance to have enough of them. So I was like, either the traders are useful and they sell useful things that you actually want and you can seek them out, or they're just decoration. And up until now, they're just decoration. There's literally no reason to have them. I right-clicked it too soon. And wax. So that's 64 wax.
All right, I want your opinion on something here when you got a sec.
That's something I have in abundance.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen your Twitter feed.
yeah, I overdid it yesterday. I was just regretting it. I was like, I gotta stop doing it.
Mostly I was joking, but...
Yeah. Well, I had that die last night. I was just like, man, I was laying in bed like, I gotta stop doing that. Okay, what do you need?
That's weird. It doesn't seem to be pulling stuff out of the crusher. So the first slot here, I'll put it back in there. First slot is full and it turns off. It's not pulling out. But then yeah, meet me at the tavern when you. I might have to stop finding these bugs. I might not be invited back.
I don't know if I do it sidedly, but yeah, I just added a pipe to the side and extracted just fine. So.
Huh. Okay. Weird.
Anyway, yeah. I tried to use the base game like item IO and it's working.
Yeah. So yeah, the main thing, mostly what I'm talking about here is up the stairs. There's the first set of these 4 rooms. Now the question is, are these going to be considered luxury rooms? Because I'm going to put another bank of rooms on this side. So, in my opinion, these would be like the luxury rooms. They're larger. They have easier access to the front, whereas the ones up here are going to be economy and probably even smaller.
Well, what I would
Does that seem...
if that is true, then I would try to fit in a shared little itty bitty fireplace and chimneys for the luxury room. They would be able to manage their own heat. And then the economy rooms would be like, you're however warm you want to be. Get more blankets or something.
Maybe I'll put clay ovens in, because I had thought about that.
You could do a clay oven with a chiseled chimney going to the outside or something. Like, Just made
Yeah.
it look like that. Are these ones back here gonna have windows?
Nope, that wasn't the plan. Because the window in this one would go into the down here for the adventurers hall, and you know, basically just viewing into there.
Yeah.
I could put a window in for the other one facing out the other side, but I figured we'll just leave it symmetrical.
Yeah. I mean that.
I'll probably add another mini bar in here. I wasn't thinking that until now. Because yeah, this is like for VIPs. They have their own area. You know, like if there's a party of adventurers or something coming through, they can rent out the hall. And
Where's?
I
Are you gonna
suppose
have
maybe
a kitchen in here? Is that gonna go back here?
this is going to be the kitchen in here.
Okay.
So the cook will be able to. I'm not sure if I'm going to have this trapdoor in here. That was just kind of a thought I had. If anything, I'll maybe put it up a block. You know, so like if the server is putting down something larger, they can flip this open. If it's up in that upper block. But yeah, the cook will be able to place stuff on here, and the server or bartender has this area where they'll grab stuff from the cook and put it out on the counters, or you know, go out here and serve. Up here is going to be just another, you know, tavern area, tables and chairs and stuff. And then here is going to be
common,
more rooms.
A little quieter common room, sort of like if you got if you got a rented room, you can just kind of sit quietly.
Yep.
Meet the locals.
So yeah, it's taking shape.
Yeah. Looking like something. I noticed in the storage you've been collecting a pretty decent amount of deco blocks, so
Yep.
it's always a hard balance to find.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I found some green wallpaper, but it's on aged planks. I suppose maybe I could replace a couple of the walls with aged planks.
And if any of the customers are unruly, we have a Sparta pit.
Yep. But yeah, does that make sense, having the economy ones be the distant ones? Both would be kind of noisy, but I think this one would be a little quieter.
I mean, luxury and economy to me is the amenities and the size, right?
Yeah.
Rather than distance. So, like, we have nice beds. You've got a table and chair. You could even do like a little bookshelf with some books in it, and then the economy would be like, instead of a nice aged bed, it would be like just a normal bed, or even a really cheap bed. You could do like really cheap bed
beds,
and
bunk beds.
Yeah, like just crazy, something like that. And then it'd be like, hey, you know, this is economy. Yeah, bunk beds would work too, because you're sharing a room. It's always nice when you share a room with somebody. Nothing says economy like splitting the bill with somebody.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, the aged beds don't stack well for bunk beds. Although I could just
Well, I mean, there are
freaking-
literally bunk beds that we can
Yeah.
skip, we can salvage from places, or just
Oh.
cheat them. Because
Yeah, that's
you'd
probably the
have to
way
use
go.
glue to like get them.
Glue,
and
yep.
You have to make the glue on site.
Can't remember why I got the spiked wagon wheel or spoked wagon wheel.
Isn't it just random decor that you can put on a wall?
True. Oh shoot. These bottles, these artistic bottles, you can't actually even put those in the shelving.
Oh, they're too big.
Yeah, must be it. Although the jugs are too big too and they fit. Oh, he's chiseling. Look out, everybody. So is there such a thing as a door that's in the middle of a block rather than being on the to either side? I'm guessing not.
Probably not. I don't think I've ever seen one.
Yeah. Because yeah, for the front door, or for these areas, I was thinking of shaving off a block of the ancient segment on each side to make it to taper it from above the ashlar ashlar blocks. But then the door would be all wonky.
Yeah, what I was thinking of, yeah, I'll prototype something and get your opinion as after I'm done.
Okay.
Trying to round out this pillar.
All right, we're full on the kiln.
Ooh-wee. Ready to fire then. Fuel's already there.
Yep. All right, just light up the 4 corners. That how?
Well, light up. Yeah, I'd light up the three corners that are.
Ah, the last one's not exposed.
Yeah, the one
Gotcha.
inside is not exposed. Oh,
Is there any indication when it's lit?
it
Not.
should be pretty obvious when it's lit. You should hear it.
It doesn't seem to be working for me. Oh, I've got to open one of the doors too.
I did already.
Just forgot about that. Oh, you did? Okay. Does that mean maybe there's an issue?
Well, it starts when all of the squares are.
Oh.
You'll start seeing
There was-
particles come up.
Okay, now it's ready to be fired. There was an extra bit on the top of in the chimney.
Ah,
Okay, yeah, now you
now
got
it
it.
started.
Yeah, right when I pulled those out, that it started working. Not sure how that happened. I thought I was really careful not to put extras in there, but I must have misclicked.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to do. Ow. Oh,
Hungry? Whoops. Oh. I thought I closed it into your face, but nope, you had just gotten through. Got a bunch of extra shingles coming out too. Figure that's probably no problem. And then I'm going to start firing some crock pots.
you can do those in the kiln. That'll be way more
yeah,
efficient
yep.
to do those.
I meant in the CNC.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think there's different colored crocks. Yeah, there's just the fired crock. I think expanded foods created different colored ones.
Bricklayers.
Could be wrong though. Bricklayers, okay.
And there is another mod that does the same thing.
Ah,
So
there are different colored jugs, but not. I'm probably not going to make too many of those, if any. I did find some as we were on our adventures. There was a few different colored ones. So yeah, if you look close at the bottles I have set out here, some are gray, some are black, dark brown. Ah, acacia on the inside. Yeah.
yeah, I was trying to mix up the colors a little bit. You've already got the maple and you've got a little bit of oak. So I was trying to contrast that a little bit to sort of set the walls apart a little bit. And you could, really wanted to, trim off. Do I have that chisel on me? Bet you I don't. It would be so much fun. So if you wanted the inside walls to be offset just a little bit from the foundation, you could carve out
Just a single layer on that side.
a couple layers. Like that. That would that would allow your pillars to stick out a little bit.
Grab one of the doors up here so I can see kind of where that lines up.
Yeah, and then you would build a frame around the door just like I did. You would have
Right.
You would have a plaster, or even you could do a basalt frame around the door, something that would stick out. So that would be like that. Having a frame. But I would want it something.
Probably oak. Oak is what I usually do for structures. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty good.
And then you could use oak accents. Like if you look up any like medieval building, the plaster walls have wood. Like they used wood for reinforcement. Plaster
Yep.
they used to seal the walls, but yeah, there's tons and tons of like wood accent.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was planning. You've got the frame on the outside here. What I was thinking was, anywhere where there's a window, there'd be oak border around them, but then like in the corner, it would extend.
Yes. That's why I've got the oak on the outside, so it's just
Yeah.
I didn't put it everywhere, but yeah, you can just add oak to this.
And then I might do like cross beams in between them on some of the larger areas, the walls that don't have windows, because I think that's, whether it's canon medieval or the fantasy that we have of medieval times,
Yeah.
whether that's accurate or not, but that seems to be the common thread. It's kind of funny how we think of some of the older times. It's like how everybody makes the Wild West comment. Oh, this isn't the Wild West. The Wild West had less crime rate than we have now.
Yeah,
Far less.
There were no actually like there was not a single documented case of a gunfight at high noon in the entirety of the old West.
Yeah.
Not one. The myth of that is because of movies, but not one incidence of that ever happened or has ever been
Right.
done. So it's like, where did they get the idea that this happened? Like, this never happened. The gunfight at the OK Corral, that did happen, but that was a like lawman.
That was
a gun. That was literally like trying to lay down the law, and that's what happened. But one of the few incidents of that ever happened.
that one's the exception to the rule.
Mm-hmm.
It was, compared to now. And not to say there wasn't any crime or something. I'm sure bar fights happened a lot and things like that, but it wasn't. Yeah, they didn't take those bar fights and then shoot up an entire town afterwards.
Yeah, that's right.
That was usually a couple of guys get in a bar fight and one of them just sleeps it off and everything's fine the next day. Or the sheriff will come in and wag his finger and everybody's like, fine. But I love that misconception that people have. They use that phrase and it's just like, oh yeah, we don't want that to happen. We don't want to go back in time when things were more peaceful.
And the past is the worst, so you really don't.
Yeah.
You really want to go back to a time when surgeons were actually barbers.
Oh yeah.
Like, I need a surgery. Well, go ask the barber. It's like, wait, what?
Oh, looks like I'm gonna have to have some consistency for the support beams here. There we go. I tried to keep them consistent, but part of it is when I had done them. What I'm referring to is in here, the cross beam, going horizontally, was solid across one of the pillars, but then the other pillar had the vertical one being the consistent beam, the debarked oak logs.
I mean, yeah, you could just rotate.
Yeah.
Right? You don't even have to break it. You just hit it with a wrench.
Is true, but I don't have a wrench on me, so I've got enough stuff taken up in my bars. Oh, speaking of tools, my axe is getting a little worn. Do we have more of those? I noticed there's none in the tool heads.
Axe? I mean, I made a meteorite iron axe head, but
should I mix up another batch, you think, or just use that?
We have meteorite. All you need to do is smith one.
Okay.
We have enough meteorite iron already made. We don't need more meteorite iron made. It's just
just smith it.
You just need to smith it, and there's some meteorite iron.
I found some in
my
the
chest already,
yeah.
so it's ready to go. It's just
I'm used to shift clicking, and then I open one of your machines and it doesn't work.
Yeah, I really wish I could figure that shit out. It bothers me that it's not really into it. That feature is not in.
Do I have the tongs somewhere, or did you capture that?
Probably.
I could just craft another. That way we don't.
I really don't want 6,000 tongs.
You don't want? Okay.
Like, it's just. We
Fair
have
enough.
duplicates of tools that duplicate and duplicate. Like, it's just like, okay, well, that's enough of those.
Duplication. There's not much waste when it comes to the axe heads, is there? 5 bits, it looks like. I like how there's actually a not just a model, but when you have an item, a hot item in your hands, it actually portrays the tongs with the item in it.
Yeah, there's a new transform like in tongs transform that they added. So you actually have to like do that. So like the fluid and item pipes, when they're hot, they don't have that set, so they look wrong. The screws don't, the wire, like none of the vintage engineering stuff has the in tongs transform set, because it's a new thing. So
yeah.
All right, where are we?
Yeah, I hadn't tackled Windows yet. One set, yeah, that's the problem. I'm right next to the stairs, so probably not there. Even though that will look kind of funny. Unless, of course, we want to put one down here and have like a little cubby. This is like the assassin's corner.
I mean, on my house, I put all the windows in. I put everything in, and then I figured out the stairs. Like, The stairs did
Yeah.
not dictate where windows went. But you could do windows like here, a window there, and leave that alone. Only having one there.
It's meant to be a little hodgepodge. So
Yeah. I just need to prototype a window so we can get the... Oh.
there's an existing 3x2 window up here. Near where the luxury bedrooms are. Shoot, I felt like there was something I should be doing, but I don't remember what it is. Oh yeah, let's check on the shingles. They're probably all done by now. Yep. Oh, there's a bunch of clay in the input still. Yeah, let's just go ahead and bail on that. We got plenty of shingles now. Okay, so each crock takes 3 clay. Oh, you've got a question on Discord. Does the CNC have an output to remove items via chutes? I assume so, yes?
Yes, chutes work with all the machine. It uses
Okay.
the pipes. The pipe system just uses the vanilla.
Uses the chute system?
Well, it doesn't use the chutes. The chute system is a different block entity system altogether. But the interaction between what the chutes look at, because there's a call, get auto input slot and get auto output slot. Those two calls are on the inventories of things, right? So that is what the chutes look at. When there's a block that has an inventory, that's the call they make. And all of my machines use that functionality. And then the pipes just don't care about gravity, basically. And they use those calls, get auto pull from and get auto push into slot, to interact. And then depending on what's in there, so the CNC, did I write that down? Yeah. So the CNC, the auto pull from slot, right, is for some reason it's not
second.
returning the right slot. It's returning this slot over here, and it's able to pull from this slot, but for some reason there's a mistake in it, where it's not It's not pulling from this. And all I need to do, what I do for any machine that has more than one output, I return the first one until it's empty, and then I return the second one, right? And so it's like, it'll empty the first one, and then it'll empty the second one. And the chutes will do the same thing. But yeah, the error is in the inventory itself is returning the wrong slot ID. So that's a really easy fix in the code.
So when a person uses the chutes, do you think the side matters?
The
No.
side matters for chutes because chutes are gravity based,
Right.
right?
So probably on the bottom.
You'd have to put it on the bottom because there's a lot of code in the chutes that are like it will only drop, like you'll only be able to go horizontal so many blocks before it stops because the chutes have code in there that's like simulates gravity, and so you can't go an infinite amount of horizontal space with a chute. It'll go like 3 blocks in and it'll just stop. And the pipes don't do that. The pipes will just, it doesn't matter. You can go 100 blocks and it'll move the items because the chutes are, or the pipes. I modeled the feature of the pipes off of the pipes mod for Minecraft, and that's pipes with a Z, where you're not simulating the items going block to block to block, right? You're not simulating the actual movement of the item down the chain. That's not how the pipe features work, and that's not how the pipes mod works. It is an instant, you have an input, and that extraction node is the brain, right? That extraction node is the thing that ticks. So the extraction node is like, okay, here's an inventory. Let me grab some shit out of that inventory. Once it has it sees it, and it's like, okay, this is the stuff I have. Now let's look to see if there's an output. And it iterates through all of the outputs, right? All of the insert nodes. And if it finds a spot to put it, it literally uses the base game, like, push this stack into this inventory, right? Just push this into the inventory. Whether it succeeds or not is up to the inventory, right? It might be full, whatever. But it uses base game like movement. And it doesn't move that stuff down the chain, right? It doesn't hand it off to the next pipe, the next pipe, the next pipe, because that would be incredibly taxing on a server. Very, very taxing. So you don't want to do that. Same with conveyor belts. Everybody, as soon as somebody learns about the mod, they're like, ooh, when are we getting conveyor belts? It's like, no. Do you want 5 FPS? I can deliver 5 FPS if you want 5 FPS. That's what conveyor belts would do. It would give you 5 FPS. So yeah, don't plan on ever getting conveyor belts from any of my mods because it just wouldn't.
As cool as they look, it's not the right type of game for such a thing.
Yeah, voxel games, like if you're gonna have that feature, you're gonna have conveyor belts. You better code some low level optimization because it would be brutal on a server. Like you wouldn't need that. That's why Create Mod, they just introduced a brand new way of moving things around. Right? That frog
nice.
system that they introduced with the chain drives. In part that exists now because the conveyor belts, the Create Mod conveyor belts, cripple server. Right? It cripples your game. It's too much stuff to simulate. So they've got a new system now that you can move stuff around and have a lot less impact. It would still be, you could still overdo it, of course, but the system now you'd have a lot less impact.
Yep. Games like Factorio have code in them specifically to deal with belts. That's how they can afford the resource overhead, is they actually code around that stuff.
Well, and it's that specific feature of Factorio is very low levelly coded. Like it is.
Yep.
They probably did. I would guess they did some assembler for optimizations, but the belts themselves are incredibly optimized. Like they have done a huge amount of work optimizing the belts because that's most of the game.
Right.
And so they knew that this was going to be an important feature. So belts are like, if you have a belt that's fully backstuffed, both lanes are backstuffed, there's very little processing power that those consume, right? Because it's like they already know that they're full, right? All the lanes are full, so they don't need to simulate the items very much on those belts because they're completely full. Whereas if it's like one or two items coming by, that takes a little more processing. So there's a myriad of little edge cases that they've optimized in Factorio, and it's very very well optimized.
Yep. All right, I got an AFK for a little bit here, but I'll be back.
Oh, what am I out of? Location. One, two, three, four, odd number. So 5, 6. That's the center. think I'm going to do. Yeah. I want this line. This says insulating block base, and this doesn't. Why? They're exactly the same. Literally.
Alright, I'm back.
He's back.
It's good to see a few people coming to the channel with interest in the vintage engineering.
Yep. I'm hoping. I'm hoping that it attracts some innovation and interest, all that kind of stuff.
Yup. It seems like the people who have it really like it, so I guess
Yeah.
hopefully word of mouth can take it from there.
I hope so.
Go. Alright, get some crocs fired now. Is the kiln all done? It is. Nice.
They're cooling off.
Well, it looks like they're cool enough for me to handle them.
Good. Yeah, they were
Or do
200
I-
degrees when I was in.
Yeah, only 100 degrees now, which is still boiling hot, but
Yeah, it's still toasty.
can I craft with them? I can. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, good enough
Good.
for me. It's going to take a long time just pulling all the shingles out of here. Jeez. Very nice. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I had envisioned. There we go.
Let me make some. Those are stairs. Be
Gotcha.
much faster doing this with two people. Because you can have one person putting the upside down ones underneath.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of oak stairs already. Where you at?
Okay.
There you are. And they went to me. Or didn't they? Ah, there it goes. Okay. I think you got them all.
Oh. That was wrong. There.
Think you might have gotten a piece of stairs or two? Or shingle? Yeah.
You got to be careful, because you're gonna come out over here, aren't you? Isn't there gonna be more rooms
Where you
over
at?
here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. So some of this isn't. Yeah. I think we'll still have the roofs in, or the stair pieces in here. Yeah, we'll see. I'll just place these down for now, and then remove later. Probably not the most efficient way to do it, but it's more straightforward. Gotta say, the shingle or the roof pieces that he's made for the game are pretty nice looking. And they work together with each other very well as well, which is nice. Alright, I need some food.
Too many things in my inventory. There.
Yeah. Oh, welcome back,
Tombstonitis. Welcome back.
Tombstonitis. Yeah.
Well,
What?
why is this not emptying out? I just picked up a bunch of Crocs.
Oh.
Damn it! Why is this not? Let's see if it picks up this last one. This might be the same sort of. No, it's spitting it out. Why is it doing that?
Strange.
Okay, let's write that down. Electric kiln.
Yeah, spelling's overrated.
Why is this not outputting? Yes. By the way, crocs don't stack. I don't know how many of these. Yeah, you need to do something
Yeah,
with these
kind of
crocs.
forgot about that.
They do not stack once they're fired.
Yep. And hello, Aram.
Hey, Oz. Hey, buddy.
Howdy.
Hey. No renegade today?
Yeah,
Not
we were
thus
wondering
far.
about him.
He's
Family day, probably.
most
Yeah.
likely.
Yeah.
Um,
I wish there was a timer for storms.
you can see when the next storm is. There's a command for it. Like something like, when is the next storm? Or something like that.
Of course, that easy.
Yeah. Okay. When will it stop raining? That's one of them. I think it might be next. Yeah, next temp storm. Next temp storm. 7.27 days.
Oh, good.
Okay, why? Would it be possible to do this out of the top?
Mm.
Just as a test. Oh my god, then I placed it in the wrong spot.
See?
Alright, let's see if this works. Let's see if this. See, this only detects one push, and it should have found two. Pushes one. There it goes. Well, I'm waiting for this one to finish to see if it pulls it. No. What? Man, bothers me when stuff doesn't work. Like literally it just uses exactly the same process that every other machine uses, and that they work. I know they work because I've literally built them all. So the fact that this thing doesn't output, like,
Oh, man. I'm still drunk. Plugged out while I was drunk. I'm still drunk. Ah, Jesus.
Whoops!
oh yeah, I was gonna make some more windows.
That's so weird. That is weird.
Whoa. Let's go with that one.
Okay, why is that doing that?
So the corner pieces, you want to put them. Yeah, there's a certain. You have to aim at the same sort of block
Yep.
to rotate them properly. Yeah, I ran into that.
Oh, wow. Somebody's been busy.
With the...
With the wiring.
Oh, that... Yep.
Yeah, look behind that building. Not in the building.
Oh.
Look behind the building.
Oh, I will. Okay, so there's... Huh. Wait a minute. Wasn't this the... Wait. Wasn't that the mill building?
Yeah.
You moved the mill.
I removed the mill. It's now a machine.
Oh my god.
It is here.
Oh wow. And it's the same design as always. There's snow falling in. Why is there snow falling in?
It falls in through the gear at the top.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is a lot. That is a lot of chisel.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we went through roughly 20 steel chisels between the two.
Stained glass is not yet complete, eh? Missing the white.
What? What are you talking about? All finished.
No. According to your pictures, this the white part of the moon and the
It's supposed to be empty.
no. Well, it wasn't always empty.
Yeah.
Nope. Used to be white. Used to be
I'm the
white
one
in
that
there.
made it, man. Like, I know what the
I
fuck the design was.
know! I know, but there is a picture. There is a picture of this cathedral where the blocks here on like the time thing.
Why would they be
We're all
missing
filled
from
in-
there and nowhere else?
Nope, they're missing. The white is missing in here too, and the moon is missing its white, and the full moon is missing its white. I'm just
you
going by
might-
the picture.
You
Look
find
at the
find that
string.
picture and you show it to me.
I will. I will.
Your client might have a bug or something. Also, maybe look at the stream to see what bug he's seeing.
Yeah, well, I can't do that unless I leave the game. So. So yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I got turned around. Whoa. Oh, somebody's been busy on the tavern too.
Yep.
Ooh. What's in the pot?
Yeah, help yourself. Got some food.
Uh-huh. You're not transferring it over. It goes so
what do you-
fast. No, there's just a pot full of food, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Weird.
Oh, I didn't have the crock pots. That's why that.
Yeah, you might want to go
Ah.
check the box.
Oh yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I'll find a picture. Yeah, like. Then what? If the cathedral's over there, what is over here? By my place.
That's the arena. That's what we were building last.
Yeah. I know. Wow, I love what you've done with the columns. Oh my god. How did you do that? Oh, love the columns. I do. Oh.
Yeah, he put some work into those.
And the you basically
Well.
put a template over the creative lights.
Well, yeah, I made all the creative lights and creative glow blocks craftable, specifically
Yeah, I
to
know,
be able to craft with.
but then there's this whole little template on top, right?
What do you
Right?
mean by template?
Chiseling? Is
Yes.
that kind of what you mean? Yeah, chiseled.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
the chisel
integrated.
look.
It's integrated with the chisel, so it provides lots and lots of light.
Oh wow. This is amazing. Seriously. Accolades, accolade. Oh, jeez. I missed a whole lot. I'm sorry, but I had to sleep. I really needed to
Sleep?
sleep. Oh, yeah, I really needed it. I know there's enough time to do that when you're dead, but seriously. So what is this? This is the new mill?
Yeah, the machine does 4 different things, so we don't need. It does pulverizer, it does quern, all the things. So
Oh,
you just
wow.
gotta select the mode and run with it.
Good. We're late game so early.
What? It's like, what is this?
Didn't
like
you say
week
that-
3 that we've been doing this?
I know, but didn't you say that vintage engineering, this is like for late game? This isn't like, we've only been playing for like 3 weeks and it's like, my god, we're already late game in 3 weeks.
Yeah. We got really lucky with a lot of the, like the iron. Like
Yeah.
you found iron on the first stream. That is huge.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
massive.
That is true, he did. So what is this building right here?
Renegade.
This is
Yeah, that's the
Renegades?
tannery.
Oh, okay. Where's this house?
That
In the
is-
tannery?
Yeah, probably in the basement.
His house is in the tannery?
Yeah.
Probably in the basement.
Makes
Slash
no
dungeon.
sense.
Slash dungeon. Yes.
Oh yeah, okay, look at the fancy. Oh my god, look at the railing he put. Have you seen his railing?
Oh yeah, I've been in there.
Oh, Jesus! I'm sorry. Apologies to Renegade.
Yeah, he wanted to put some work in this time.
Oh crap, look at the walls too.
Yeah, with the
Well, that's a lot of leather.
with the pantograph, you can do a lot of more detail work, and it's not nearly as tedious. So you're a lot freer to build intricate design work.
Incredible. Yeah, he's even got a place to make steel down here.
Yep.
Yeah, he kind of tries to do some of his own stuff just to learn it, just so he knows the process.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's still going to go down even further. Looks like. Oh, wow. I just noticed the ceiling. I went from one room into another and I noticed the ceiling and I'm like, wow. I am so envious. Envious. Oh, wow. I didn't even notice the wall coming down. Oh.
How
Like
big is
how
this?
it like goes, it goes from like black and white, and then it kind of does this whole like down to little diamonds at the bottom. That is incredible.
The Adventurers Hall, I'm not sure how much bigger I wanted to make it. That's why it kind of dead ends here and looks janky.
Okay. Oh. Look at that. Oh, that's why. Okay, he's yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Wait a minute.
See how the Crocs are doing again.
Optimize. I could optimize the walls. If I dupe.
Where are you guys? I do like what you've done with the mill, though. That is incredible. So you're doing a tavern plus adventuring hall or something?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, I gotcha. Kind of like a Viking long table?
Well, yeah, kind of. Mostly, I just wanted a table, but to have accessibility in front of the chairs, and then to have candles in the center. I needed it to be 3 wide. So
Yeah.
I would have liked to have it like 2 wide or something like that rather than the full 3, but
Yeah. I getcha.
Can't believe that doesn't work.
yeah, it's weird.
We should have planted more maple. Your use of maple is.
I did plant some more maple out here. Just haven't harvested it yet.
Oh, okay. I was like, wow, yeah, I'm using a lot of boards.
And I've got like 32 on me at the moment, so it's how are our maple seeds doing? I'm coming to check. More thinking aloud than asking you. Oh, piglet outside. Okay, we've got 38 seeds. That's plenty. I don't need to worry about.
Okay, there was a wire. Where's the other wire going? Oh, nowhere. Okay. Sorry, I was just following the wires.
Yeah, so far we don't have anything connected. We probably won't have too much a need in the tavern for power. I might have a mixer in there for some of the mixing needs.
I was thinking like on the last stream when Buggy mentioned having some kind of refrigerator or refrigeration system.
Yep. Okay, that's a walnut.
That's what you should do. Thermal heated floors.
I'm gonna go plant some more maple now as well. Do we have a good spot where we should plant maples? Maybe on the south side of the.
You could plant them
arena?
around the cathedral.
Ah, true.
Hey, Buggy. I have an idea.
Yeah, what's that?
Thermal heated sidewalks.
what would?
What would be the purpose of them?
Yeah.
They keep the snow off.
I like the snow.
What's that?
But I like the snow.
Oh,
Makes
yeah.
it feel like,
It gives it character. The only thing missing is your footsteps
yeah, that would be
And the
really
crunch-
hard to do.
and the crunching underfoot.
Well, that I can hear.
Oh, you can? Oh, I'm not on my. Nope, can't hear it. Nope, I can't hear it.
That might be the.
Might be my audio setup. Where's your keyboard?
Yeah, like
You know-
that machine not pulling these crocs out. This machine is pulling out of all 3 slots. And it's perfect. Like it's just it works flawlessly. And for some reason, like this machine, you know, I got pretty good at building these machines and yeah. Just like how many more of these goddamn crocs are there? Okay.
I did a total of words.
Hmm.
64.
Oh, okay, you're near. Okay.
Oops.
So the saw's going and making crocs? There you go.
No. Saw is going to make boards. The kiln is
Oh.
going to make crocs.
Fired crocs, okay. Huh. Weird. Interesting. Vintage engineering is really coming along. Like you've got things going on in vintage engineering that weren't actually there for the original engineering mod. You know that?
Are you talking about QP Tech?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Like you're like doing things with your engineering that wasn't being done with the previous version.
well. The mods really don't have anything to do with one. I just took over
Yeah.
a lot of the functionality and Quinn gave me permission to use the shapes and textures. But none of the code, like there's 0 QP Tech code in my mod.
Yeah, I heard that in the last string. You had to actually go through it all.
Well, ground up, not go through it all.
What did you just say?
Ground up,
Oh, okay.
not go through it all.
Yeah, the QP Tech code base is just not usable at all.
Oh, that's what you said. Oh, sorry, you have an accent. Ground up. Okay, gotcha.
Yep. A lot of times I struggle to control my voice.
I figured. And there's a bit of an accent in there sometimes. You let it slip.
Everybody has an accent, so.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I
it's
know.
quite
I
cool.
have an accent. I have a West Coast accent. Mine is actually because of the influence of Mandarin and indigenous. Yeah, we have a very large on the West Coast. BC has a very large Chinese population.
Yeah, I've heard that. So much
It's-
so that somebody said that who lives out there, they get spam spam calls. Like,
Yep.
people trying to sell stuff, and they're speaking Chinese. Like,
Yeah.
it's like,
But there's people that are like second, third generation Chinese that don't speak a lick of English. But the thing is that the second language, if you're out there, is not French. It is Mandarin. Yeah, that's how much of an influence there is out there. You know, forget French. French won't help you, unless of course you live in northern BC. Then it will help you. But on the lower mainland, it will not help you at all.
Ah, I see. Probably put that on the upper one rather than
want it on
the
the
bottom
upper one.
Yeah. Because we'll pretty much always want to have some access here. What would be neatest is if there was a reverse trapdoor that would go up rather than down. That way we could do both, or side to side or something. But well, side to side, I suppose would be just a door.
Up rather than down.
Yep. So I have a second one down here, right there, that the trapdoor would be facing, vertical, and then go horizontal flat. So like on the inverted. Yeah. I can't word.
Why don't you do the outline of the build, and then we can figure out the floor and all of that, so we know exactly how much space we need to work.
Okay.
So, get the footprint, and then we can fill it in, and we can take this tree out. Don't worry about this tree.
Yeah, I figured we'd probably do that. Wasn't necessarily counting on it, but
So which of your engineering apparatuses in here, our devices, does glass?
Glass is probably the kiln.
Which you're using to make.
It's firing the crocs.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay,
should be almost done.
that's okay. I don't have the sand for that. I'll have to go and gather sand when I can see it.
Glass doesn't use sand. Glass uses the quartz.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's okay. I found veins and veins and veins of quartz where I was, so I'll go and mine that one again.
If you wanted to do it yourself, the vanilla way of doing the glass is the quartz in the bloomeries.
Yeah, I know, but you lose the bloomeries.
No, you don't.
No, you
Not with
don't.
my mods, you don't.
Oh, okay. That's why I haven't been doing it, because if I do it the vanilla way, you lose the bloomeries. You have to rebuild the bloomeries every time you want to make glass.
Well, you do have to rebuild them, but you don't lose them. They drop the bloomery parts in my settings.
Yeah.
It's not a
Let's
lot.
make some doors.
Wow, why does the saturation go so quickly? Satiety. Satiety?
Satiety.
Satiety?
Oh, you had a question from little bit ago.
Who did?
In chat.
Oh, in chat. Yeah.
Yeah, since we're streaming.
No, I deleted the mod because it's not used. QP Tech is depreciated. It's not. QP Tech is not going to be updated. There's the molds, the tech molds mod that I did for QP Tech is, I deleted it because it's not needed. It's not needed anymore. Like they're working on an update to literally like remove. It's going to be an update that converts QP Tech stuff to vintage engineering. Right? So the metal press in QP Tech, you'll be able to convert directly to the metal press in vintage engineering. So you don't have to recraft all of that stuff. Most, there's a ton of stuff. There's not a ton of stuff. There is some stuff in QP Tech that's right now. There's no direct conversion, so it's just going to be lost. It's just not going to exist. And sad as that is, I'm only one person, so I can't.
Wow,
Yeah.
that really goes.
Do everything, but yeah.
That does not make sense to me. Sorry for interrupting, but I just this doesn't make sense to me.
What doesn't?
Oh, this bowl, this meal in a bowl. Okay, when it's sealed, it says it's good for 1.1 years. But when
Yeah.
you take it out of the bowl, it's only good for a day.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Out of the urn or out of the
out of the crock that's there.
Okay.
Okay.
14
When
days.
when it was sealed, it was 1.1 days. Right?
Yep.
Well, it's
1.1
more-
years.
Yeah.
And
'Cause
then
it's-
in the bowl, it's in the crock it's 14 days.
when it's unsealed.
So when it's unsealed, but when it's in your bowl, it's only for 1 day.
Right.
Okay? No, it shouldn't be. If the crock is open, then the bowl should be the same.
No.
Yes.
Because
It-
your character is higher temperature than what the crock has.
Okay.
So the crock is being refrigerated right now because it's so cold.
Okay. So
And there's still a lid on it, so you're still going to have a slight. You're still going to have a slight seal.
Yeah.
The food spoilage rate in a regular crock is better than a bowl. Period.
okay, Buggy, you need to create a lunchbox.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, lunchbox with a thermos. I know it sounds like nonsense, but it'd be so effective. And no, not just a bag lunch. It's got to be a lunchbox. Like one of those old metal lunchboxes. I have one room in the entire. Oh, that's what I was going to do. These mine. Nail strips and mold for plate. Hold on.
Yeah. There were extra molds, and somebody told me they were yours, so I put them over in your house.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. Wait, what? I was like, I don't remember doing that. And thank you.
Oh, there's canopy beds in the game.
Yes.
Interesting.
I don't want to put anything in place until I'm actually ready for it.
Not seeing bunk beds in the handbook.
They might be clutter only.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll just make hay beds for the elephants.
Rod. Why so expensive?
Oh yeah, the CNC or the kiln just popped a bunch of them out on the ground again.
Yeah, I'll have to. I got a note written down.
Yeah.
Okay. So you also have, I believe, a device that creates rods and nails. Do you have an apparatus that actually does the whole?
The
Nails and
rods
s-
should be extruder. The nails, or well, isn't it
Depends on what
screws?
rods you need. There's since I did all of that, they introduced metal rods for whatever reason. Base game.
Yeah.
So those I don't have a recipe for yet.
Okay.
But nails and strips is a metal press.
On that topic, do you think you'll just convert your rods into the vanilla rods, or create separate recipes?
I will probably do a separate gauge. So it'll be a different die cast gauge for vanilla
Okay.
rods. Because
That
the
makes
vanilla
sense,
rods are
because-
like super thick. I mean, it's almost
Yeah.
exactly an ingot's worth for a single rod for vanilla. So yeah, I'll probably do that for the vanilla rods. Because it'll be basically a 1-to-1 ingot plus a handful of metal bits, which is something my mod or my machines can do.
You do have a mold for metal rods, though.
Yes, those are my metal rods, the things that make wire and screws.
So they're not going to be compatible with a recipe that requires metal rods.
Not the vanilla metal rods. It's a thinner gauge. The metal rods from mine are a thinner gauge and you get more of them per ingot. So the metal rods from the base game are going to be a different gauge. They're going to be thicker and you're only going to get one per ingot. So there is a difference between the two. And I want to keep
Probably rename yours like thin metal rod or something.
Yeah, I don't know what like I could put a gauge, like I could come up with an arbitrary gauge system.
Yeah, that's true too.
You're okay. So another question: your metal press, does it press from plate or press from ingot?
Depends on the recipe.
Strips and screws.
Nails and strips, I believe, use plate.
And how many do I get out of each plate?
Nails and strips, you get 10.
Oh wow, really? That much?
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's fucking tedious to do it with the machine. So, because you have to do the ingot, then you have to heat it, then you have to make the plate, then you have to swap the mold, then you have to make the
Wow, I gotta
nails
make
and
a count
strip.
here.
So
I gotta do a count. I gotta do a count. Okay, one. Oh, wrong floor. One,
I'm assuming you're going to
Whoa.
want some sort of decoration.
two. Sorry, I'll do that in my head. You don't need to hear me counting.
On the
On this big
far
north,
end here?
Yeah, on this big north
Oh.
facade right here. There's
Probably could.
lots of
I
potential.
was thinking to have windows, but
But yeah, like on
Okay.
the peak, like on the peak
Yeah.
up here, you could do a little. Because if you look at mine, there's a little deco on the top. So I could do.
yeah,
Here.
the chisel. Buggy and his chisels.
Yeah, I don't need that many. Holy crap.
It is the defining feature of this game.
Yep. No criticism intended.
Ooh.
Or is it?
Extra of these.
I know you answered the question, and I just had a brain fart. But you did answer the fact that your rods are the rods are actually the iron rods that you stamp out are incompatible with the vanilla recipes.
It's a different thing entirely. It's a different item.
Okay,
And there's-
gotcha.
There's no direct comparison.
Okay.
Because I did my metal rods before Tyrone did his metal rods.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna do 2 more rooms out here, but I'm running a little low on blocks and things.
Okay. Did I do something wrong?
Spare between.
Where did it go there? Ah! There we go. Oh, input not hot enough. Do I have to heat up the plate?
You do. That's why the forge is sitting there.
You mean the furnace?
No, the electric forge. It's right there. Electric forge.
Electric. Oh! Okay! Do I need tongs?
Yes.
If it's hot, yes, you do need tongs.
I
Yep.
should be autoed.
Damn, I should have said no.
Ah, darn it. Why would you do that? Why would you say no?
Exactly.
Oh my god. That is so cool! I love it! Oh. That
Heating
is
up the
like-
things and the stuff and the things.
Oh, that is so cool. Oh man. Bet you it's a pain in the butt to make all this stuff though. but once you have it, oh, it makes life so much easier.
Yup.
I'll put the template back.
Yeah, the barrier for entry is a little little steep, but yeah, once you get it going, it's worth the wait.
No, that's the wrong play mode. Because there was another one that wasn't. Was it that one? Oh, it had to be that one. Okay. This back because you were using.
Oh, I gotta check on the
Wait.
animals again.
Okay, why aren't you? Oh, that's why. Got the wrong mold. Yeah. Really hard to grab some of these molds when they're up on the thing there, but got it. Here we go. Yeah, I also noticed that you can't place the wrong mold. You can't place a mold in the wrong device.
Right.
That's a nice one. That is a really good addition. I got excited. I spilled my drink all over me. See, this is what your mods do to me there, Buggy. You get me all excited and I make mistakes. Stupid, clussy mistakes. Yeah, your mods need a warning. Buggy's mods may cause klutziness. Or actually, no. May cause excitability, which leads to klutziness. Ah, Jesus. Now my electric blanket's all wet. Okay, be right back. I gotta clean up.
Silly character, you're just starving to death a little bit. What a wuss. So do you think this is probably going to be the last stream of Vintage?
I don't know. I was hoping Renegade would like have an opinion on that, but
Yeah.
the man is not here. I'm sure he has an opinion on it, but I don't know what it is. All right, quick bio break.
All right.
All right.
Well, Beck.
Cool. Yeah, if the server trim command actually worked, I would I'd trim the world and back it up and make a copy of it, and just kind of keep it going as a Patreon server or a channel member server. But yeah. It's just he's on the couch behind me, just staring at me. It's just like,
And cat stares are never a good thing.
they're a little disconcerting, for sure. Oh, let's see if we have any change. A little bit. Little change.
So there's not a three-way corner roof shingle. So I'm having to branch this down an extra tier.
A three-way.
So this piece right here, there's nothing that will go horizontally and then one direction. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's no biggie.
Yeah, I did a similar thing on the gables. Yeah. Pretty much what you have to do. Let's see what I can't remember. What
I thought these fit together a little better than this.
The shingle version is not nearly as fluffy as the
Is the thatch one?
the thatch version.
Shoot.
So it is a little
Yeah,
off,
crap.
but you know it is what it is. It's the top of a roof. Like who's gonna know?
Yeah, I mean I'll know.
Oh, I've somehow
It already hurts.
have one of those.
Ah,
Okay, be back in a bit.
probably when I pulled the one off the tip there.
I have to make dinner.
All right.
Yeah. 'Cause somebody can't. Give me a moment. I just want to make sure I get my strips.
Now, do you want a strip log along the top here? Beam?
That's what I'm thinking.
All right.
Let me see. I might. Oh yeah, I got 19 of them. That might be
Okay.
enough.
Yeah, I can't wait. I gotta go.
And I might place one or two, kind of how I did it for the other one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, nice. Lantern on a chain. My brain kept wanting to say chandelier, but it's not a chain. Or it was trying to merge lantern and chandelier. I was gonna like say lanternier.
What? I'm doing your dinner.
Shaping up pretty nicely. Yeah, one thing I'm not sure on, I plan to have a fireplace, but I think maybe at the end of this, so down on this end.
It would make a good endpoint to the Great Hall.
Yeah, the Great Hall will have one as well.
Yeah, you could
But I was
do
thinking to have
mirrored on this side too. Yeah, that'd be a good
Yep.
idea. All right, where is my wrenching? There it is. I'm gonna move. This over. Center. Nope, too low. More.
Not sure what I want to do right here. Not sure if I want to have those in there, because then we'll have empty space out on this other side, which wouldn't be the end of the world. But alternatively, we could just make it one big open space too.
Well, what you could do,
These,
since these are the cheap seats, is you could put a plank slab over the top as a ceiling and hide basically this attic area.
Yeah,
Like you don't need vaulted roofs in here. I would just do a slab over the top. So
let's do a slab all the way across
do
along
you
here.
have any more of these ashlar blocks, the slate ashlar blocks to use, or did you run out of them?
Yep, I got some. Not many, but I got some.
You gotta turn your mag.
I actually thought it was off. Where'd those go?
I got 4. Is that all you had?
I think I had 14.
Oh.
Ah, okay, they were underneath me.
So, what did you do?
Oh yeah, I've got some of those blocks as well.
I'm assuming you're. How are you? What are you thinking of for your kitchen?
I think I was estimating just 4 blocks long would be fine. So there'll be the wall will be right here, where these are. Because the kitchen doesn't really need to be all that big. I'll probably have a cellar, and I'll do the any winery stuff I want to do down there. Get some more oak planks so I can fill out that area. Shoot.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, back.
Yeah. I made them buttered chicken. They like
Yeah?
curry. Yeah, they like curry. Yeah.
Can't
Yeah,
think of
I
it.
was going to have some, but if I have some 2 hours from now, I'll be fast asleep.
I think from there I'm gonna need a bunch of maple.
I left a few gaps in here. I'm
All right.
assuming for um, beams, stripped logs.
Ah. Oh, we've got some oak slabs already. Cool. Grab those.
What's the best way to...
I think I want those the other way.
What? It's just shingle.
Yep. It should be in a, yeah, little gap in the roofing. So is this what you were envisioning for the oak slabs over here when you get a moment?
Over the top, yeah. Is it over the?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would put the ones in the hallway a little for these. There's never enough hotbars. Never.
Yeah. I should remove my weaponry, that way I've got more. Oh, for the center you're thinking there? Okay.
Yeah. Just to sort of offset it from the rooms a little bit. Oh, I
Yeah.
need to set them to horizontal only.
Give them the illusion that there might be more space inside the rooms.
Yeah. That. And in the room it's going to be a little bit shorter.
Oh yeah, the snow. They didn't hire maids, so they gotta deal with it.
Bring your own broom.
Yeah. See, I'm gonna make a wrench. What material should I make it out of?
The wrench, I'd do it
Yeah.
iron. Like iron.
Iron,
I have an
okay.
iron wrench on me, and it's lasted me a very long time. So,
Yeah. Because I noticed the blocks here can rotate. To see if, because I think it'll look better if the orientation of them is a little different. Yeah. Oh, hi, Spy.
spy. He's a spy.
Stream has been fairly good. Looks like right now we don't have a ton of viewers or nothing, but we had some interaction, which is really good. Seems like there's some more people coming into the scene on the mod.
Yeah, anytime there's more interest, I always show off the cathedral. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Got to get as much mileage out of this as possible. I mean, a screenshot of it was part of the game itself for a while, but I think by including this build that he got inundated with other people saying, "Hey, here's my build," and he just was finally like, "Nope, no more," and deleted them all, and now it's all like generic screenshots on the main menu.
Yeah.
Because it was just like, just became too much.
And he had to probably what's the word? Administer, manage them all. And
Yeah, he had to just like, yeah. So he just basically gave it. Nope, no more. No mas.
but it was cool while it lasted. It was great that he made that, or let those in for a while. Ah, good. Yeah, you changed those to stairs. Yeah, that's probably better. Was that the second one? Yeah, this one.
Guess I gotta do it myself.
Right. Dang.
I have a total of 3 oak stairs on me. Excellent.
Yes, cat. Did I activate you? Huh? Did I activate you? Shut up. Playful, not a cuddle. No! The really cheap
Mind the
seat.
gap. Yep, it saves on wood. Not many repeat customers though. Unless they crawl out of the pit.
Alright, how many? I have those number of planks, those number. Wait.
Oh yeah, I was gonna make a wrench, wasn't I? Totally didn't forget.
Totally.
That's good. This means I'm a good liar. I mean...
I'm not sure you wanted to admit that.
That's what I did wrong.
What's so weird, cat?
Wow, I didn't know that was in the game. There's a temporal transfigurator.
Yeah, for changing textures. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Wow.
That's like not everything can change texture, but try it on everything just in case. It's like no, I'm gonna pass on that.
No thanks! So it's a smithing thing.
Oh.
What is that? An iron bit. I think I picked up somebody's iron bit.
Oh, you must have been walking by when I was working on that. Yeah, just toss it in the water. And there's a crate over here for metal bits. Or just toss it at me.
Did I give it to you?
Did you get it? No, I got it. Okay.
Okay.
So the orientation of um, the boards in this new expansion that I've been working on, does that seem appropriate, or does it need to be shifted around?
Looks good.
Okay. And here the rooms end here, rather than
Well, you
there
had,
was
yeah,
a
you had
couple of, like,
you had
blocks.
some poking out here, and it was like this door is like
Yeah.
I wasn't really sure where the end was, so I just left it.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Think I should put a pneumonia hole in each of the um, each of the cheap seats, as
It's
in
up to you.
windows.
I didn't finish any of that because I wasn't sure what your plan was.
Yeah. I think one window would be good. Okay.
it's the Vox. Yeah, it's so much more than that. It's so much more
Yeah.
than that. Do something like this in Minecraft. By the way, do this. Make this floor
Ooh, very nice.
something like
Chimney.
here up here.
Yeah, it seemed like I had just eaten, but I'm already hungry.
Lamp on.
All right, we're down to our last scrambled eggs, but I've got some more stuff cooked. I just need to cart it over here. Shoot.
Wow, some people's kids. I swear.
I swear too, but usually only for special occasions. Oops.
Oh, you did. You moved them all. They're all gone. Oh, no, they're not.
I'll probably put a wood strip oak log in the corner.
What I've been doing.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah. Not quite used to that feature yet. Right?
Nope. Ah! They're following me. Is it fine to put ancient segments here, or would it be easier to? I don't remember how the pantograph works.
Yeah, these blocks I just had left over because I put windows in over here, so that's why
Oh, okay.
some of these blocks. But yeah, I've got a bunch of ancient segments on. Now, is that where the fireplace goes?
Where you're laying it out? Yeah.
Okay, because I'm kind
Yep.
of mirroring the one I have over here. You want to look at this one?
Yeah, that one looked good. I took a peek at it.
Oh, I need to make some bread.
All right. Now, do you think we should do a little fireplace in the at the end of the hall down here, or just it's the chimney going up on
Yeah,
the
you could
floor?
do a small one. There would definitely be room for it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could do it.
May as well. We don't have to be complete monsters to the people who can't afford stuff.
Yeah, give them a little bit of warmth.
Yeah.
Why is so much stuff?
It would be neat if the game had a had multi-block stove furnace fireplace.
Oh yes, multi-block.
Me and
Yes.
words. Oh my goodness.
Mm. It does in a way. When I was doing the chimney at the top of my house here, I had to do it a certain way in order to actually get the multi-block to work. If you have, like, when I had the stone block down, like the stone stairs, the cobble stairs, it wouldn't work. But when I actually put the roof down, and once the roof was down, then I could place the stairs on top of it, and there, it worked. So it's the way you, like, if you detail the just the way you lay down the blocks, you can actually get a kind of like a multi-block type thing happening, but only rarely. It's not like a main thing. You know what I mean?
Kind of.
You don't?
Don't worry about it. It's basically.
It's maybe just the way I explained it.
When people use long phrases to explain something, I lose the thread very quickly. It's because of that brain thing that I have, or whatever
okay.
it is.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
So in other words, it's me, not you.
Yep, gotcha. Oh, that's interesting. A stash of aged barrels. Oh, and they look cool. They don't look anything like the barrels. Well. Oh, and it's a barrel of water. Of course. Hey, did they get rid of the perpetual water?
No, it should still be perpetual.
Perpetual water. There's an option in the world now to make water not perpetual, but yeah.
For like in the kitchen kind of thing.
Yeah, there's a world setting that you can set that makes water not.
Okay.
But this world is not set that way.
Yeah, the words I'm looking for, where a bucket does not create source blocks is what I'm.
Oh, okay. So a bucket doesn't give you a source block. Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
There's a setting that does it. We do not use that setting.
Okay. Good to know. Saves me having to say, "Hey, wait a minute. Why isn't this working?"
And then we want a custom chiseled block.
Shoot.
Where is my hammer?
Yes,
Please
it's
tell me
done.
it's not a
Ooh,
freak chest. I bet you it is.
thank you.
Yep, I bet you it is.
Uh-oh.
There it is. All right. I want to copy mine over here. Although
It's a metal.
that's yeah, okay. Not really copyable because it's a different shape, a different block. So. Where's it fall? Here. And there we go. Fell down too. Of course it does. Shadow, shadow, light, light back in. So what we're doing and pop. There we go.
Oh, really? Huh. That's interesting. Wow, this blast furnace really does like just go blah. So
Yeah.
much faster.
Yeah, that's why it's very, very expensive.
I need my tongs for this.
If it's hot, yeah.
Hmm. And I'm pouring it into a mold, am I?
I don't know. What are you making?
Ingots.
The blast furnace makes ink.
Yes.
No mold required.
Oh. Well, goody. I like that. That is very, very useful.
Yeah, there are tentative plans for a liquid metal casting system, but that is a huge amount of work.
That's down the road kind of thing.
Yeah, it's very much down the road kind of thing.
So, question: where does the power come from?
Power's generated upstairs.
Upstairs. Might want to set one of my own up in my place. Oh, that's the CNC. The generators. Okay, here we go. Okay. And but there's no storage unit for the power?
Not yet. I haven't made any battery.
Oh, and it burns sawdust.
Yeah, we had a lot of sawdust to burn. So.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, I think I might set up something like this in my place. I certainly have the room. I have one place I could probably make a power station. Hey, are there plans of making a wind-driven generator?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That'd be cool. That would definitely be cool. And it'd probably use the same mechanic in water, using a water wheel. You can use a whole gear ratio thing too for that, right?
The mechanical power system it works differently than mine, so it's not directly compared. It goes off of, like torque and there's a lot of shenanigans that I need to figure out before I can get mechanical generation.
Yeah, I was like thinking, it's too bad you can't use like the whole like gear system that was like represented in medieval engineers. Remember? You know how all the things we could do with gears and ropes.
That I don't. But we played medieval engineers like 7 years ago. Like I'm not gonna remember.
I know.
that.
And the weirdest thing is it actually, like I said, the last stream, it actually got an update.
Yeah.
But it was it was taken over by the community. The community for medieval engineers is the one that's running it now.
Really? That's it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's kind of cool that the company relinquished control to that level.
Yep. Basically, yeah, they kind of like relinquished to the community. The community of modders for medieval engineers. Excuse me a moment.
Damn it!
Whoa! I just picked up a whole. Oh Jesus!
Yep.
You really got to stop.
Well, I'm used to using flight, and
What you do? What did you do?
broke his fireplace.
Oh no! After you put in all that effort.
Oh,
What were you trying to tweak?
there was a couple extra blocks out here, and this one I'm going to use a wood or an oak block.
Oh, because you literally didn't do that on any other corner. Oh, I guess you
Did
did
it on
it
most
out
of them.
here.
Yep.
I thought
It
I
just
thought the
this
rocks
one
were the
corner.
foundation, or the bricks were the foundation.
Nope. The rock is the foundation, and then oh, well, this corner doesn't. I don't know. Apparently, I didn't have any consistency. Most of them it should, but I don't know. Which do you think would look better?
It like both ways look fine to me. So, like, however you envisioned it, it's fine.
Okay.
Just watch your vein mining.
Usually the big thing is I lock my y-axis. So when I need to descend, I have to use control. Or, well, I have to use crouch, I should say.
Need some more shingles.
Shingles?
Right, yeah. They're right out in front of your kitchen there. One more row of shingles
yeah.
for that.
Oh, that's right.
Get that nice and covered. Other than some windows, like
We have to use a wire.
I think some windows and probably some more shingles here and there. Need to do this back wall, which is that's straightforward. Make sure. Ooh, low.
There's some more blocks if you
Oh,
end up needing.
you have more wood.
Yep, there you go. I've got debarked oak logs or
Oak planks or acacia planks is what I need for the walls.
Nope, it doesn't.
okay, nope, I'm out of
But, yeah,
those.
I can craft some. Go get some more. Ooh, I am super duper hungry.
Probably shouldn't put these out in the middle of the.
Suppose there's no point in me closing that behind me if I'm going to be right back.
Yeah, I know.
I was talking to myself actually. I thought Buggy might have been behind me, and that's why I said it.
No,
I'm gonna make another set of planks.
Ah, I don't know how, but there's a couple of pigs that are in the sheep pen.
Is the fence one high or two?
2.
That is a mystery.
So, yeah, the only thing I can think of is that they somehow spawned in here.
Yeah, I mean that's possible. It'd be rare.
Yeah,
It
it's
would
quite
be
possible
awesome.
that that's what's happened.
Pigs are angry at me too.
I need molten metal. It's too bad I can't do that. Off. Inner voice, inner voice, inner voice. Okay. Guess I just open this door. I would go through a window.
Oh, right at the very. Oh, so cool. All right, I don't need many.
I put those pigs on the list and then I struck them off right away. For some reason they were aggroed to me. I don't know. Doesn't make any sense.
Oh, what am I doing? I'm gonna make candles. Whatever happened to my...
Oh, it's 100. That's right.
Whatever happened to my dirty pot? My dirty cooking pot.
Oh, we might have grabbed that when we were doing the leather.
Yeah, let me look in.
I think I've got a bunch in the tavern in those vessels in the back, because they were a pretty common drop in some of those PIs. Yeah, here's one.
Yeah, he's got 4 in here. So
Okay. Oddly enough, those aren't stackable, but the regular cooking pots are.
Renegade is not one for convenience features. That's for sure.
Oh,
Like he's got all those cooking pots right there, but he doesn't have a torch holder with a torch sitting there to light them, and like little convenience features like that make all the difference.
yeah. Myself, I always have a torch on my bar, so I tend not to. But
Yeah, I stopped doing that just because.
Oh, that's kind of cool that they do that.
Um,
Okay, wire relay. What's the wire?
just because I have a lantern on me, I don't need a torch.
Wire relay.
salt.
Food.
I always love the music in this game.
The music is good, but here's the time.
Yeah. Whole potential for copyright issue.
man, it's so bad. I mean, even the sound.
Yeah.
But yeah, music is really good.
There we go. All the chickens.
All of them.
Yes, all of them. I have to tend to the puppies in a sec here. Good. Alright, be back in a bit.
Alrighty.
Did everybody leave?
No.
Oh, we just like came back and went, oh, there's no us.
Yeah, he had to go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I could have. Over in here instead. I could add a mixer with some candles. Oh, they're like hot. Does this make sense?
So, Boogie,
Yeah.
what are these colors?
What color?
The colors on the blast furnace. You got orange and you got blue.
I started right at the tail end of the development because this was one of the last machines I did. I started using color codes for input output, matching
Yes,
the
okay.
Minecraft. So I just started like thinking about that. So yeah, those
Oh,
are
okay.
custom input output ports. I don't know as far as the blast. I don't know how like plugged in the blast. This thing is like I intended this to be a multi-block. So
Yes.
for now, it's just a single block thing, but it is intended to be a multi-block eventually, just like the
Okay. So we'll
immersive
have
engineering.
an input and an output like the creosote furnace outside, right?
Yeah, because there's fuel, there's item, and then there's output. So
Yep.
It'll eventually be a bigger multi-block, similar to the alloy oven from Immersive.
Hmm.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep.
I was just wondering. I figured that's what was intended. I just saw it. I'm like, going, oh, this is neat.
Yeah, I just started experimenting with that, and I've even got a mock-up of a different shape. So like, there's a circular one, and then I thought, maybe have a squared off one for like item pipes, and then the circular one is more fluid pipe. That way, just trying to do as much stuff so you can see it like at a glance.
So here's a question. Now, it's either an idea or a question, but I think it's more of a question. Will you have it like where you have, like the way the blast furnace is set up right now? It basically takes everything, it heats it up, and then puts it over into the box, and then that's how you get ingots. Is there an idea? Is there somewhere in your brain the thought of actually being able to actually place a mold in that spot so that the amount of you could put like what you need, and that would actually go into the blast furnace. They would heat it up and then pour it into the mold.
Yeah, the tentative plan was the arc smelter, the like HV class like beast of an arc smelter, because it's going to be a lot of work.
Oh yeah.
So the arc smelter would be able to smelt the stuff really fast, but it would convert it into a fluid. And then that fluid, I could then introduce a casting pipe, a new type of pipe, and the casting pipe would be able to move those fluids around. So the metal fluid, and that includes pushing into molds. But that
so basically an extruder.
No, more like tinkers. How tinkers.
Oh yeah, okay, I got that. Yeah, that's one thing I noticed. Like, we don't have tinkers in this time, do we?
Thinkers is a Minecraft mod.
Oh, I know, but no. When we were doing the in the last stream, the previous stream that you did, there was something like Tinker's Furnace in there. You know, where we could like mix different alloys and stuff. Or was that was Minecraft?
That's not it.
Never mind. I'm confusing them. I'm confusing Minecraft with Vintage Story. Damn it!
Yeah.
It happens to the best of us, I guess.
Boss, do you have any more shingles on you? Finished, complete shingles?
Yeah. Give me 1 sec here.
So I'm sure it'd probably be nice to actually be able to do that sometime.
Yeah, I think that would probably play well with
vintage
the modding.
engineering.
With the modding community.
Yeah, do like take something like vintage engineering that you're working on now, and later on have something like Tinkers, where you can alloy.
The problem is, Tinkers, believe it or not, is very heavy. It's a very heavy mod, and there's not a system in the vanilla Vintage Story game that really allows for like effects, like status effects on tools. So there is one mod that I know of that is trying to add enchantments to tools. I don't know anything about the mod. I don't know how it works internally, because you would have to really plug into all of the events, you know, block placement, block break, all of the events to try to inject custom behavior into that, and every time you do that, it creates an expense. There is an expense associated. So it can be difficult to introduce a lot of that stuff en masse, because it can affect people's game. It's pretty honest.
Well, I know that, like, now, don't get me wrong. I don't want things to be actually enchanted. I like the idea of actually having, material magic instead, rather than actually have a separate system where you have an enchanting table.
Yeah, and there is a magic. I haven't tried it because I'm not magic. But yeah, Rustbound Magic is a magic.
But no, I was just thinking like material wise, because in a book, I know that there's like materials that actually have a natural, they have natural strengths and weaknesses. That's why we have alloys in industry. Like some things are better than others. Some things are more expensive than others because one, they last longer. Like there's a difference between a tempered edge and a cold forged edge. That kind of thing. Anyways, that's what I'm getting at. Like I know it could be complicated because it is complicated in real life. I don't know how it would translate into programming. Because that's your expertise, not mine. But I do know a thing or two about metallurgy. So like there's a whole process of adding carbon to a material while you're actually in the process of forging. You just have to watch the experts in Japan when they're like forging a samurai sword, or like a ninjutsu or wakadashi or anything like that. They don't actually add powdered carbon to the blade. They're actually using plant material. And the plant material actually becomes carbon in the forge, right? So it's a whole different technique the way they do it, and they use a specific plant for that. But yeah, and the thing is like the alloys already exist in the game, right?
Oh yeah.
You just have to go into the handbook and put in alloy and you get temporal steel. Right?
Well, there's a lot of alloy. I mean, the
I know
solders are alloys.
you got
electrum.
brass, you got solder, you got electrum, that kind of thing. Yes. Yeah. But yeah. And the thing is you could really seriously play into that whole process, of the alloys themselves having different abilities, different weaknesses and abilities, and just go from there. But then that would just probably complicate the whole process, without actually going into enchantments. I mean. You know what I'm talking about, right? People know what I'm talking about. I hope.
I think he's kind of focused on his own thing.
Oh, I know that. I know that. I'm just spitting things out. Oh, it's still falling down. Hey? No, definitely gonna do that. Little room and everything for that. Oh, we do have plugins. Okay.
Trapdoors.
You know what I find weird? That the game introduced turnips into the game, but didn't put in potatoes.
Yeah, that's fair.
This is so weird. Any glass. How does this work again?
So, what kind of doors do you think I should have connecting to the kitchen there? Do you think those should be oak as well? So right here, I'm thinking of having a door coming into here, and then of course into this area. Or I
Yeah.
suppose an
Well,
archway
this-
maybe makes sense.
Yeah, I left this like this because, I mean, if the kitchen, if there's a big feast out here, you're going to be going in and out of this so much that you would not put a door there. Like, they would just...
Yeah.
But back
Be bad.
here, you could probably do one... I'd look for one with... that you can see through. So you don't... Usually...
Oh shoot. Got to put it in from this side, I
Yep.
think. Ah, okay, got it.
Oh, it's a different style.
Oh.
You have oak solid and
Oh,
oak graded.
shoot. Alright, and it did that over here too. Oh, actually, maybe that. Which do you think would look better for like this countertop, the graded or the solid? So over here, I'll place it down.
It depends on what their
So-
purpose.
Well, yeah, the right here where I'm standing behind you. So like this here, does it look better with the graded or the solid?
This I would do solid
solid. Okay.
because it's like a countertop here, and you, as you're working, you could technically use it for a countertop.
Yeah. So then here, does it make more sense for the solid, or like the graded?
That one's a lot like that one. I don't know.
More personal preference.
Yeah, like that's up to what your goal is, what you want it to look like.
It'll be fine either way, but
And speaking of
that's
maple, there's a
graded.
couple more. You need a couple of maple back here. Oh,
yeah,
finish off
I
this
got
floor.
some maple.
yeah, it doesn't need much, like 10, 12 maybe.
Yeah, I got 15. So
Oh yeah, I think
Sounds
that'll be enough.
it's connected to the inner. Oh shoot. Go. Sometimes it's difficult to hit the right face. Oh, nope, I'm going to be just a little short, I think. Oh! One short.
Oh no! Always. Always
Yup,
one
of course. Now, one thing I could do is that... oh, well, we don't have enough to finish off the other hall here, so I'll just steal one from there. Bring it over.
Oh, I thought these were done already. Yeah, there's a bunch. I forgot about these. I thought
Yeah.
this floor was done. I need to
No,
finish
not quite. Close.
this. Oh, it got dark. Did I leave my... I bet you I left my lantern somewhere. Where did I...
Oh boy.
Where did I
The
leave
hunt
it?
for the lantern.
I put it down somewhere because I was chiseling. There it is.
Ah, good. I do have some oak stairs. Let's put that there.
And I don't have any more. I don't have any more, whatever.
Oh, stripped oak logs.
Strip.
Yeah. There might be some in the thing. And I'll go grab some. Just kind of fleshing out a few things here and there. Yeah. You probably noticed I moved the rounded ones so that this is kind of a flat countertop,
Okay.
even though it's not. It's not part of the counter. I suppose what we could do is mix the debarked
You
oak log with the plank. Or
I mean, you could integrate the rounded, like, you could integrate that with the countertop.
yeah.
Because the countertop would not be the thickness it is all the way down. You would have a countertop, and then you would have it chiseled underneath to be thin. But we're not going for hyper realism. It's just
Yeah. One. That's door. See.
Hey, that's interesting that it does that.
Oh, I see you moved the furniture around in the luxury bedroom.
I did one. I was trying to look out the window at something and like couldn't get
Oh,
quite the angle on it, so I kind of rearranged stuff in there so I could look out the window.
yeah. I'm not 100% sure if they're laid out well. We'll have to contemplate that. It really helps to have the rest of the stuff in line to make it look closer to complete. Got the fireplaces turned into actual fireplaces rather than just the fire pit. Oh, should the upper one be recessed like that?
Yes,
Okay.
they're all recessed.
I figured that one should maybe be closer since it's that's where the smoke should go, but
Yeah, the smoke is going straight up. You had the one up here, like right on the edge.
Yep.
And I moved it back because I can actually come in here and decorate. A little bit. Yep. Yeah, it's supposed to. You want the smoke going straight up.
Yeah, if there was, it should be pulled back a little bit, but yeah, with the block spaces, it's a binary option. It's one or the other.
And you probably want one more light. I don't think I have one more. You'd probably go make one more bismuth light. Put it like
Bismuth
right
lantern. Okay. Hi, puppy.
Yeah, and if anybody has any questions on the game, on the mods that we have, modding in general, like, don't hesitate to ask.
Shoot, I thought you could put the silver plate in afterwards.
Or what?
For
You
the
can. You have
for
to
the
put it on
lantern.
the ground and right-click it with a silver plate.
Ah, okay. It's been so long since I've needed to do that. Nice.
Yeah, somebody does it for you usually.
Yep.
And hands out the lanterns when the time is right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna need. Oh, I think
I'm
Arm
gonna
You
try
guys were,
moving.
you
I
guys
think
were all
Arm just-
busy.
gave up on doing it all herself.
I will. I'm going to basically do what you did. I'm going to.
Yeah, but you're using all of our machines.
I know. I'm saying I'm going to basically build my own machines. It's just that I wanted to like seal my my house. I wanted to seal my house with glass. It's like I'm getting snow in my house, and it's starting to annoy me. But yes, I am going to. I have a room in my house where I can do the whole, power generation and, everything like that. So, hey, you invented this system. I'm just going to see, I'm just going to rate it.
I'm just gonna rate it. Honest.
I'm gonna do everything myself, and then here's 80 ingots of lead. Here's a bunch of glass. Here's a bunch of power. Here's a bunch of machines, and it's like, but I'm gonna do it all myself. And it's like, okay, all right, you're gonna do it yourself as long as you can shortcut it. Need a few more doors. Definitely one for the
Well, I
backyard.
wanted to see because, like, over here, right? You got the bloomeries. So I'm actually using the bloomeries to make glass, right? Which is the vanilla way of doing things. And then, of course, you got the machine over here, right? And what I want to see is, when it comes to output. Output. Is the output better with your machine than it is by using the bloomery? Now, the of course, it's faster, but is the output better?
If it's using a vanilla recipe, it'll be exactly the same output because the vanilla game actually dictates what the ratio. In the JSON of the in the data code of the material, so like quartz, actually is inside of that is the combustible props that dictate the smelted stack and the ratio. And all my machine does is pick that up and use that. Unless I have an override. And there are a few machines that have special crafting conditions. And I'm still not sure of a way of showing that in the handbook. I'm not really sure because in the handbook you can see it in like what machine. So if I do glass, and I look at that, cooking, smelting, roasting, right? So that should exist in the kiln. Yeah. So the ratio, 4 pieces smelt into 2 glass. So what this ratio is doing is it's detecting that 4 pieces, which is actually 2 pieces smelt into 1 glass. And so when it's crafting, it'll use 2 and then spit out a glass. So it's yeah, if it's a vanilla mechanic. Now if it's a custom recipe, not really sure how I prioritize the different ones, but I'm most of the time, if vanilla doesn't have a recipe, then I look at custom recipe. So vanilla takes priority. But like the blast furnace, there's a custom recipe in there for blister steel. It'll directly craft blister steel.
Because in the bloomery, it is 6 charcoal to 24 quartz.
Right, and the 24 quartz makes 12 glass.
Okay. Well, so basically the ratio is the same.
The ratio is exactly the same. Yeah. There's vanilla. The vanilla recipe takes priority.
Okay. So there's no actual savings.
Well, there's time. It's faster.
Time.
You can do
okay.
do smaller bits at a time. Like,
and you're only limited by the stack that you put in there.
Yeah, you can do a whole lot more at once. Like,
yeah,
you can just have that machine grinding it out, and then you don't need 50 bloomeries to craft it.
Yeah.
Plus,
So
in many instances, like the
So there's the savings right there. You don't have to actually build the bloomery.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so engineering is the best option.
Yeah, I try to make it worthwhile. Pretty much every aspect of it is worthwhile if you get there.
So, okay, so here's my next question. Now this is on a different mechanism. This is on the saw. Okay. It is probably more feasible for you to use the table saw to get planks than it is to actually use the hand saw to get planks.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, this actually is all custom recipes, and it outputs more planks, plus sawdust, plus sticks. So you get 16 planks per log rather than 12. Plus you get a little sawdust, plus you have a chance for some sticks. So, it is very much beneficial. Same with the log splitter. The log splitter for firewood. If you're going to make firewood, if you want a lot of firewood, the log splitter is the way to go because you get more logs, which the log splitter is upstairs because you can automate the firewood, right? You just log splitter. So the log splitter, again, you get a little chance for some sticks, and you get more firewood per.
Yeah, well,
I think
that
you
makes
get
sense.
8. I think you get maybe it's 6. I can't remember. It's 6 or 8, but per log rather than 4. And then you can just right now, like this entire time, we've been literally living off of sawdust.
Yeah, because with the axe and the log, you only get 4. So yeah, that makes sense.
And you're not chewing up durability. The log splitter itself doesn't have anything that consumes durability, so you can chop infinite firewood without having to recraft axes over and over and over. The sawmill or the table saw does consume a blade, but yeah, it's still a better ratio.
Yeah. Okay.
The blast furnace is meant as a pretty much the last thing you craft in the LV tier, or it's going to be the last thing. It's by far like the most steel heavy. Like you need to get to the blast furnace. What I did is I balanced it. I tried to balance it, where you need 2 batches of steel via the vanilla method, a minimum, before you can get
Damn.
to the blast furnace to make it. Because you need the to make steel, to make blister steel, you need the blast furnace and the 2 blowers. You need all 3 of those to make steel. You cannot make steel if you don't have any blowers on. You have to have 2 blowers on the blast furnace in order for steel to be enabled. If you put the ingredients in, which is iron ingot and coal coke, if you put those in and it says recipe not found, that means your blowers are not active. You have to have the blowers on and active on both sides for it to actually for blister
Okay.
steel. And I think that's the only custom recipe for the blast furnace. You can, modders could add their own custom recipes if they wanted to. I've been hoping somebody does like a rebalance Greg Tech style augment mod for vintage. So you would require vintage, and then their mod would then rebalance the cost of the machines. It could rebalance the recipes. You could rebalance all the vanilla stuff, and you could have custom progression. You do everything you want. Like the hard part is getting the machines functional and going. The easy part is all the JSON stuff in the back end, make the recipe. Like that's pretty trivial. So
I can see where the kiln is actually a benefit if you're doing greenhouses. Right? It's going to be very helpful in that.
What does that have to do with greenhouses? I'm confused.
Oh, because of how much glass is required in order to actually build a greenhouse.
Yeah, I mean the kiln is a power hungry I mean it's 200 power. That's two LV generators. But my plan, and I'm not sure what the balance is yet, but my plan is to have the windmill system be able to generate power. But I'm still not sure how quote unquote what value the power is for the mechanical power, because it's like I've gone through the mechanical stuff a couple times to see like how it's done, and it's still confusing because it's like torque based, and I just don't know. It's not intuitive, not to me anyway. Maybe it is to like a mechanical minded person, but yeah, it's not like, I mean, if it was like create stress units, then that would be easy. Like I would have no problem with that. That's understandable to me. It's like this would create 128 stress units, and X would consume, 64 stress. But no, that's not how this system works. Because it's with create the different with create a water wheel or even a windmill is constant power, right? You put a windmill down or you put a water mill down, and it will always produce that much power. Whereas this, it depends on the wind speed. So this is a very massive variable amount of wind. So it goes up and down.
That's the thing. That's the one that really annoys me. I like the water wheel. The problem is that it doesn't last that long.
What's this?
And-
It's not meant to.
And well, that's the thing. But you look at the old, but then you look at the old grist mills, with their water wheels are still going, right? Like, it's not even being used as a grist mill anymore, but the water wheel's still working. It's not rotten or anything like that, and that's what gets me.
It's probably been
You know?
replaced a few times. If it's depending on how old it is, they don't. They definitely don't last because it's always wet. It's definitely needs to be replaced periodically.
Okay, wow. I don't know. I've look at that one great big one on there in Norway, right?
Yeah.
That huge one in Norway that basically just kind of takes the water and brings it down to the lock below, and it's been there forever. Been there for 40 years
Yeah,
plus.
40 years
plus
nothing
plus plus.
compared to when those were
Well,
invented.
that's what I mean.
Right.
You got things going bad in a week. In a week of play. The water wheel lasts a week of play. That's it. And you have to replace it.
Well, not
That
in
ma- that
in
ma-
create. In create, you place a water wheel, and it will always produce that much power. It never I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to when you say the water wheel is forever. In the
It
create
isn't
mod, it certainly
forever
is.
because I have actually played with it, and it only lasted me a week's worth of play, and then it was broken, and then I had to replace it. And I'm like, but the thing is you can set up a windmill, and
In
you
the
never have
create
to
mod,
replace. In Vintage Story, in the
there's no
vanilla
water
game,
wheel in Vintage Story.
there is with a mod.
Oh, well that that I
But
can't
the thing-
comment on because I've never played with whatever that is.
But in Vintage Story, the windmill, you put that up and it basically lasts forever. That's what I'm getting at.
But yeah, they now the windmill's chewing up. Now it's going crazy. But yeah, so I don't know. Maybe there's a torque value, and that is the stress unit, X amount of torque, and then the pulverizer takes a little torque. And I don't know. I'll have to look at it. There have been people that somebody out there figured it out. But I'll have to take some lessons learned from that.
Well, it's
'Cause I don't know how much power. How much power do you generate from thing? Because it also matters what your gear ratio. If you gear ratio it
Exactly.
up so it spins faster, well now you're
Yeah,
going to
so
be
you
using
want-
more torque out of it.
So you're going to put, okay, so, okay, it's been a while since I rebuilt the transmission. But, okay, so in order to actually have something that you want to actually move faster, you put a smaller gear, so it turns more, but then you got the bigger gear, which of course you got to put down.
Yeah, I understand how it works. And I
Right.
know mechanically how it works.
But then of course you talk about torque, but then there's also transmissions. right? So yeah, so basically the low gear and high gear kind of thing. And high gear of course goes faster, low gear goes,
Right, but I'm not gonna.
faster.
Yeah, there's not gonna be a transmission. I'm not gonna go to that level of detail for the
No,
power.
nobody expects you to.
Um,
I don't
So-
expect you to. That's a lot
but
of
I've
work.
got to. There's got to be. There's got to be there's got to be a setting in there for the RPM because that matters, and then the torque. So how do you generate power via that, and what formula do you use to figure out how much to generate? Because the combination of RPM and the amount of torque on the line
Now
will,
it's been a
will
while since
dictate how much power you can use, because what I'm envisioning is whatever line you put it on, it's going to consume whatever torque is available at whatever RPM. And there has to be a simple formula that says, okay, if I'm at 30 RPM but I've got 100 torque, make X amount of power. But if I'm
okay.
at 60
But there is-
RPM, then produce
yeah,
this amount of power.
and that equation actually exists in physics.
Right. But this
right?
is a game. So I need
know
to
it's a game, so
dumb
you
it
gotta
down a little bit.
translate the formula that exists in physics into basically something so that the game actually understands.
Well, I have to simplify it.
Yes. I get it. I got it. I understand.
Hey, Buggy, in the Vintage Engineering channel on your Discord, somebody's asking about the recipe mode for the Crusher.
Okay.
Do you have an example of the recipes, or one of the recipes?
There should be in the directory, or if you look in the directory of recipes.
Oh, okay, the files.
There are there's recipes in there for the Crusher. I can peek at one really quick because I actually have that directory open already. So sawdust is the recipe, is the example recipe.
Okay.
Which is a direct log to sawdust recipe. So yeah, sawdust from logs. The format is pretty much the same as all my recipes. It uses the same system, so
That's weird. If you look at sawdust in the handbook, it's got sawing and then industrial crushing,
yeah.
but then it duplicates it 3 times.
Not for me.
Really?
I see sawing, I see industrial crushing, and that's it.
Okay. Yeah, I have sawing, industrial crushing, sawing, industrial crushing, sawing, industrial crushing.
I wonder, do you have are the log icons flat, like changing? Are they cycling for each of those?
Yes. Yep.
So you have it in how is that? You should not see that 3 times.
Yeah. That's why I bring it up. Posting in
I don't see
members
it.
only on Discord.
I don't see it 3 times either.
Strange.
Yep.
Now I did disconnect from the game and reconnect. Let me
that you should
try.
not see that. Yeah. Recipe mode.
Oh, okay, you're typing that guy. Cool. So is sawdust pretty much the only one right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
As it's just basically an example recipe,
Yeah.
showing that the feature works, and other modders can add their own recipe, right? If you want to add custom recipes to crushers, you can do that, and you can override it, right? If you want to do a custom recipe for crushing whatever, you can just add a recipe to it. Because when it's in recipe mode, it ignores all vanilla brushing and grinding.
Okay. After reloading, now it only shows the entries once.
Okay, that was weird. That's a weird bug. Don't know what's going on there, but now when you exit before, here's a question. Because I know you've relogged a couple times.
Yep.
Did you close the game?
I did not. So that's what I'm thinking. Is that it loads the recipes.
Well, it
each
patches.
time you log in.
That system is actually patching. It's a Harmony patch. See, Blue Lightning wrote that code. That's a Harmony patch onto the handbook. Because the handbook doesn't inherently have a way to change, like, or augment base game recipe stuff, right?
Okay.
So, like, if you look at, say, an ingot, and you say, oh, bismuth ingot, well, there is well, ingot's probably a bad example. Board. We look at board. So you can see sawing, board, and machine. This here is a Harmony mod patch to the base game board. So the base game board prints out all of this gubbins, then it prints out like this recipes, and then Vintage Engineering patches the handbook entry to cater to if there's a recipe for a machine. And I have to tweak this. Now remember, like, Blue Lightning did this code like 6 months ago. And I haven't dove into that code at all. But I need to supplement this because there are some machines, like if we look at plate, we look at iron plate, you can see pressing ingot in machine. Well, I need to tweak this because it needs to be shown that the ingot needs to be heated based on the recipe, because the recipe is the thing that dictates whether it's heated. So I need to detect if it's heated and show that. And I need to show which mold this needs. Because I ran into this earlier in the stream where something wasn't, like when I did the fluid pipes. I was like, why is this not doing it? And I actually had to look at the recipe and realized I needed a higher tier die cast in order to extrude the pipes, the fluid pipes. And I needed a way to show that, right? So right now, if you look at pipes, like fluid pipe is ingot in extruder, right? But it needs to show, hey, you need at least a steel, a meteorite iron, a steel, or a titanium mold, or a die cast, and the ingot needs to be heated, right? So there's a little bit of extra information that I need to put in there, and that will help new players understand like what is needed to actually craft it. Because right now, they would put the die cast in there, or they might even put the die cast. They would put the ingot in there, and it would be like no recipe found. And it's like, why is that? It's like, that's because there's a little bit more information, and it's not perfect yet, but that was less of a priority for me than actually getting everything working. So now that most everything is working pretty well, I can go back and do some more quality of life stuff. And our arena is just sitting over here. This is our temporal storm battle arena here. I should make a blueprint of this too, or a schematic.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice to spawn in new games that we play. And
Yeah. It'd be nice just to plop this thing down and be good to go. But if anybody's wondering, this is exactly 2x2 chunks. 64 by 64. So yeah, I wonder where Renegade is. Sad that he's not here today. I wonder if
Yeah.
I wonder if he had. No, he said his first. Well, he goes back to work in like early April. It was like April 6th or something. He said he goes back. And even then, it was
Sounds
just
right.
like a few days a week. So weird that. I hope everything's okay.
yeah,
Wait, did I completely? Huh. Interesting. I completely missed the bottom wall.
no,
I thought I had done all of the things, and the bottom wall, I completely,
whoops.
oopsie. Well, let's see if I can knock this out. I'm gonna need a couple of these. I'm gonna need a bunch of these. I'm gonna need possibly some of these. Wait, are these? Nope, not those. These. Likely some of those. Okay. Let's get pentagram. This thing has been a lifesaver. Content is a mad genius for having. like to make a schematic of this too. I wouldn't want to have all the machines or any of the other shit inside of here, so it would be very, like, yeah.
So you'd have to make a schematic and then place it down somewhere, strip all the extra parts out, and then make another schematic
Yeah.
or something.
Pretty much.
Or just, when we're done with this, just strip it for parts.
I mean, I really would like to keep, because, you know, the stretching the electric network like I did here, this is in large part to test the system. So I want to make sure, like, I'd like to put, you know, some power in, like, Os's little building here, and then, because it's more of a test of, it'd be more of a test of the electric network rather than purely decorative.
Yeah, we don't need the power here, but it'd be nice to know if it can stretch.
Yeah, I definitely need to test the system.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you, what doors do you think would go best? Probably oak. And then how about for, like, into the kitchen and...
Into the kitchen is a tough. Because it's, you know, you already have the oak panels. I would lean towards acacia. That's how I would lean towards acacia. I was honestly contemplating putting acacia on this inner wall here. It sticks out. You already have the bar ready to go.
Alright, I got some acacia doors. I'll try those out. Let's see, there was something else I wanted here too. Yeah. Okay. Oops. Not quite the right place for that. Or should it be? Yeah, it probably should be. Should move this back a little bit. I'll probably just leave the doors open, but it's good to, like, have them in place.
You don't want anybody to see your secret recipes, you know, handed down from generations.
Yeah, it's
You know.
true.
Yeah, this is looking legit in here. This is nice.
Yeah.
It's turned out really, really nice.
Let's see, how many chairs am I gonna need?
Totally safe with all these fire torches up here. This is
Yep.
legit, like, it's not a wooden structure at all. It's perfectly safe.
Of course.
These are the economy rooms, everybody. Hay beds, no space. You know, these are the cheap seats, and then you really want to spend the coin. You can come over here and get one of these nice rooms. Oh, honeymoon suite. When did they start doing honeymoons? Like, that's got to be a
That's a
more
good question.
modern invention, because
One would think, yeah.
it probably started in Vegas. If I had to put money, like, definitely sounds like something they would invent in Vegas. Like, as many weddings as happened there. Is there carpet? There is.
There is.
Oh, it's only purchased. You can only purchase
do.
the carpet.
I do have a few out here in the Adventures Hall. Right out here. And then there's some banners, some wallpaper I found that I put up there.
Oh, nice. Very cool. Very, very cool.
Wherever possible, I'd like to use the in-game decorations.
Yeah. I mean, they added 6 trillion different decor clutter items, so it's unfortunate we can't. You have to, like, go out, use glue them together, then break them and bring them back in order to do it, or just go into creative mode and just YOLO it.
Yeah,
Just-
and then of course you got the glue only has a shelf life of so long.
yeah, it's like 4 hours, like
Yeah,
4 in-game
let's-
hours is it.
It should be able to go into a container.
Yeah.
You know, like if you like got a crock pot or something like that, it could go into a crock.
Well, I mean, there's a world setting that you could negate that whole system and just all clutter drops itself. So they have a world setting that you can like bypass that entire system.
Where things don't break.
Yeah, clutter doesn't break. It doesn't shatter when you break it. It works.
There's something like it makes sense that if you're gonna go and you're gonna lift up a tapestry or something like that that's been there for like ages, you know. But if you got something that's made out of metal, what? It's been there so long that the only thing holding it together is rust.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah, the thing is, even though we did the story, there was no, I don't know, maybe you guys saw it and I missed it. There was no indication to tell how long it has been,
no, there isn't.
right? Like that last guy we talked to alluded like the guy was like super old, but like several lifetimes. But with the ruins that we find, like I get the sense that it's been hundreds and hundreds of years. Any more,
Yeah.
and
At
there would be
least
nothing.
700.
Yeah, any
At
more,
least
there would be
700.
nothing left.
Yeah, at least 700.
Yeah, especially with like the village that we found. Their freaking livestock was like over 200 generations, and that right there, you're looking at 200 years.
At least, yeah.
For the game to generate that, I'm sure it is maybe not hard coded, but there's probably a multiple on it. It's just like some random number of generations between X and Y, and it just picks one of those. that's the generation. So 200 generations, that'd be 200 years of certain. I mean, not all livestock. I'm pretty sure the chickens have a faster time.
Yeah, I think I had it down to where you could do 2.5 generations per year.
Yeah. Part of me wants to like build structure like that. Because in this version of the game, that structure would be crazy. That would be a crazy building project. That would be a crazy building. Now we're at 115 at Y level 115. So ideally we would build it starting at quote unquote like sea level. And that would give you what is sea level? Whatever I think it's one I want to say 113. Whatever this is down here. Yeah, so this is 110. Right? This is the water. So 110. So the world itself is 256. So that'd be 140 blocks that you could build from base to tip.
Snicker.
And you could get a lot. I mean, you could get a lot of detail on 140 blocks. But yeah, that I found a screenshot of for the Minecraft streams that we did, a month ago. And I started building it, and I didn't finish it. I got up, but it was about. Let's see if I can do my cursor. It was about right about there. If you carry that over, I can't put my mouse over the top of that. That's an OBS thing. Yeah, right about there is kind of what I built up to, or even like more like right there. But yeah, that structure would be interesting because the red and the purple wool from the Minecraft side, we could use the creative glow blocks, right? Like creative glow 56, there's your purple, or even 55. And then the red is 32. Or yeah, there's 32. Why is 32 in here twice? Oh, that's creative light. Okay, so 32, there's your red. And yeah, 55 would be a good purple. And that would just be like neon, like crazy looking structure all the way up. And then I would probably use granite in its various forms. So granite rock, granite, no, not gravel. Why is granite gravel? Oh. So then you have cobble skull, which would be epically sweet, but that is you can only get that by breaking ruins. Cobblestone, polished blocks, dry stone. That'd be another variant texture. And then what else? Like, I can't remember. God, it would be granite, salt, like a metric ton of. Oh my god, we would have to go. Pretty sure I found a salt. But yeah, that would be. I'm down a monitor though. My monitor on this side died.
Oh no.
And I've been very sad because, yeah, when it died, I was like, oh, I mean, okay, it sucks, but I didn't have it very long. It was one of my brother's old monitors. I get all of his old hand-me-down electronics. And so it died, and I was like, oh, that sucks. And then after the next 2 weeks, I realized just how much I actually used the monitor. How much I started using it. I use it a lot, especially when I'm like developing and I'm debugging mods and stuff. I spread out basically all my debugging stuff. I got code and watch list. And then, yeah, when I stream, I've been relying on that. Because I haven't had this monitor very long. It's been like a year and I've had this monitor. So it died pretty early. I don't know how long my brother used it. Probably years. And now he's got one giant monitor. He's got one of those giant, like, curved single monitors. Super high resolution. Insanity.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I was sad. I don't know how much monitors are, but I know it ain't cheap.
No, you can get a good monitor for a good price.
I don't know what a good price is.
Depends. Like, how much do you want to spend, really? Because you can get a nice monitor for about $200-300.
Yeah, that's
But then
over
I'm-
10%
but then
of what
again,
I
I-
make a year.
But then again, I'm talking like up here in Canada. I'm not talking down in the States. So you could probably get one for maybe half that price.
Yeah, my dad's so funny. My dad is legally blind, right? So
Mm-hmm.
his monitors, he uses television. So he
Yep.
uses like 36-inch televisions for his monitor. Or his monitor, I should say. But so when I told him like that I had lost like one of my monitors died, he's like, "Well, let's look at a TV and see."
Yep. Go
and
ahead.
I'm like, yeah.
Actually, believe it or not, a TV is designed for you to stare at it all day. So
So are
yeah,
monitors.
get a TV, not a monitor.
Monitors are designed that, but there is a difference. Fundamentally, there is a difference between the two.
Yes, there is.
So it's like, I mean, it's great using a TV, but the response rate is really, if you want a decent response rate for television, you're going to be paying just about as much as you would a monitor. Basically the same technology.
Isn't the dot pitch different too?
Yeah, pixel densities.
Yeah. Oh shoot! I forgot. I got to get the upstairs area.
Yeah, I got a TV. I use a TV as my monitor, and I got another TV to use as a monitor too. So
Well, yeah, you also have to understand that I have three like this setup. Like if I had a giant TV over here, I would be getting blasted by light over on this side. So it's like I can't have a giant TV on this side. I need something that I can see.
yeah, I got a 26 and a half TV. Nope. I'm not set up for it yet.
And granted, I don't use that side monitor for like gaming. It doesn't need, super high refresh rate.
Well, I got two others. I got two other monitors that are really good monitors. They're actually designed to be used for radar. But they're not monochrome. They're colored. And because my roomie was in the military, so she got some. Problem is the software isn't readily available for it. You actually have to be in the military to get the software. And she's no longer in the military, so yeah. There's that. But yeah. Anyways.
How do planters work?
Yeah, I've always tried to figure that one out myself as well.
How do planters work?
Yep.
Well, what have you tried?
Well, I tried putting a seed in there. I tried putting soil in there. So far, nothing. But one thought I have, see, I can't remember which one it's in. There it is.
Do
I have a
you
lark
have one?
sapling.
Can you give me one? I don't know how many you have.
Sure. There you are. Okay, yeah. If you have a sapling, it'll work.
Okay.
So you got to go out and find a tree that's at the sapling stage and pluck it up.
How do you? If you break a sapling on the ground, I don't think you get the sapling.
I think you do. Maybe it was a change at one point. But yeah, I think you do.
Yeah, I guess I haven't tested that in a long while.
Yeah. Oh. Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm pretty sure this is a glitch in the Matrix. So yeah, I've been breeding sheep. And the latest batch I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 new births. I have 1 ewe and 7 ram.
Oof. That's some
That's one
hard
unhappy ram.
That's some hard RNG right there.
Yeah,
That ewe must be worn out.
very much so. Damn. But I ain't gonna worry about it because it seems like we're winding down this game. So
Well, I would love to keep the server up. If there was interest in members or patrons to just keep it going, I would be more than happy to keep it going.
yeah,
Because long form servers, that's where you get the best builds. People can just sit and tinker,
yeah.
enjoy the act of creation.
Snicker.
Like that ewe.
Like that you. I wanted to do that.
There we go.
Oh shit. This thing is still full of shingles? Holy crap.
Yeah.
You shingled your entire house with just one of the rows of shingles. One of the columns.
And I've got 3 stacks in my inventory. And some shingle pieces still.
Well shit. I'll be able to we can
Yeah.
shingle my house and shingle the windmill. Like, you get a shingle. You get a So you made a few more shingles than we needed.
Yep, just a couple.
Woo! That's a lot of shingles.
I see you got the bamboo sapling. Cool.
Yeah, you said sapling, so immediately I was like, ooh, I think that we have a bamboo sapling somewhere. So I threw it in there. And sure enough,
Yeah.
it worked. Again, we got 11 people watching. So I'm going to show off the cathedral again. This was a project we did 2 years ago in the fall.
I was
3
thinking
years.
3, maybe even 3.5.
Because I know it was during like October, November, early December. Because I wanted to get the project done by Christmas so I could do the video showing it off for Christmas. And yeah, we got it done like a week before Christmas. And that's when I recorded the video showing it off. That nobody watched. So yeah. But it took, I mean, we started it in like late September and we didn't get it done until December. So it was a process. And I wanted to do more. Like I seriously, all these blank spots, right? All of these little areas, I wanted to like do tons and tons of work. I don't like these square columns. I wanted to basically round these off. And
You had talked about a catacombs.
yeah, do like a stairwell, like kind of like a hidden stairwells or something, and then do like a catacombs underground with the skull, those like skull blocks and stuff. Like you could so much stuff you could do because underneath this now, because we were using this during the temporal storm. This has been our temporal storm build for a long time. And by the way, if you track down the video for the cathedral, there's a link on the video that you can download the schematic yourself. And I have a tutorial of how to actually bring it into your world. So all that stuff is there if you wanted to find it. So you could just plop it in your world if you wanted to. But we would use this for our battles on the temporal storms, which is in 2.7 days. So maybe we could do a temporal storm on camera one last time. But yeah, this arena over here was a new addition. Because that is shaped like a cathedral. So it's, the wings of it. If you're standing in the middle, stuff could spawn outside, right? It could spawn out here when you're standing in the middle. And so I wanted to try something new and basically have an open floor plan. So if stuff does spawn out here, it has ready access to just hop in here. But the important thing was a nice clear line of sight, no grass, nothing like that, and really well lit. And yeah, this arena here is it. And the only block that's not base game is these chains up here. These chains, I could switch these out to the base game's like rusted chains, and then export it, and that way you don't even need a mod to import it. Because even these creative lights, right? These little glowy bits are creative lights, which is why everything is emitting light. Those are base game. One of my mods just adds a recipe to craft. So yeah, it's good. Alice and I used this last night. We had a heavy storm. And yeah, we did battle. We did battle in it. It did pretty good.
Yep.
For January, year 2. God, it's only year 2?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why does
Yeah,
it
we
feel
really
longer
have-
than that? It feels so much longer than that. The days go by fast, and then it's like 9 days per month. I remember I was chatting with somebody, and they told me that their server, they run the time that they run on the server for every day in game, it's 2 real days. So 48 hours of real time go by, and that's 1 day on the server.
Oh wow.
And they made it so months are like 20 days long or something like that, 30 days long or something. And so it's like a literal 2 literal years have to go by in real time for a single year to go by on their server. And they were talking to me about like some of the recipes that I had, because the game scales the timing of things. The game scales everything by the internal server clock cycles, right? So if you make time slow down in the game, right? Which is, I did this on one of my test worlds, and then I got really confused because something slowed down that I was like, what is going on? But the sun goes by so fast when I'm testing mods and stuff, so I just did a command to slow time down, not realizing that scale applies to everything in the game, right? Including, like, if you have ingots sitting in a forge to heat up, it scales the amount of time it takes those to heat up by the time scale, right? So
Wow.
So right now, yeah, it's like, because what I did was I was testing some of the changes to recipes and stuff when I was adding temperature, right, to the metal press, and so stuff has to be hot in order to process it. And so I was putting ingots on a forge, and they were like not heating up. Like, it literally, they were sitting on this forge for 15 minutes, and they had barely heated up at all. And I'm like, what is going on here? Like, did I break something? And it was because I changed the timescale on the server. It changed all of the timescale, right? So pulverizing stuff, using the quern, like the cooling off of ingots, all of the things change with that scale. So for the person to like change a in-game day to be 2 real life days means that they could put ingots on a forge, and like the next day they would be ready to smith. Like, it would take that long of real time to actually smith those things, because they would have to sit there for so long. So be very careful when you're tweaking those kinds of settings. It will have repercussions that you may not anticipate. But I couldn't believe when they said, like, yeah, a day on our server is 2 days in real time. I was like, holy crap, like, how? And they're like, well, it's a challenge because of food, right? The growing of food takes so so long.
That would be crazy.
Yeah. So I don't use those kinds of settings because I value my time.
Yeah, that is crazy.
But yeah, pretty much everything in this game is tweakable. Like, you can tweak it to your heart's content. So many different
Yeah, 1-to-1 seems like it would be make more sense. Spy commented in chat.
Yeah, 1-to-1 to me would be the absolute, like, absolute maximum time differential. Like, I would never go above 1-to-1, and even that would be rough. And then on top of that, you have the change to number of days in a month, and that would be crazy. Because the default is 9 days, right? So we're on 4 January. 9 January is the last day, and then you go into February, right? So that just allows the seasons to skip ahead a little bit faster. But doing like 30-day months, oh, wow.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. I made too much lead. Yay. Rooms are sealed. Yay. Why is there snow still coming in my room? Oh, that's why. There's a glass. There's a window still open.
I have iron shears for some.
I wonder.
Other than the finishing touches in the kitchen, I think I can call the tavern done.
Sweet. Now we just need like a mod that adds like bards and quests.
Yeah.
You know, come in here and get a quest from somebody, hire a mercenary, a companion to go on a turn this game into Skyrim.
Yeah.
Privacy in Windows.
So cool.
How about
And yeah, the Sparta pit here is for unruly customers.
okay. And that's that.
But where is the entrance to the cellar? Under the stairs? Do that. Although
That would make sense. Or alternatively, a ladder in the kitchen.
How far down does a cellar have to be?
Just pay attention to temperature, basically.
Oh, okay.
yeah, it can be.
So what do you want? -10 or something?
As cold as you can get it. The colder, the better. So just dig a hole, check your temperature. If it starts going up, then build up a little.
Okay.
Because yeah, the temperature will start by going down, and then once you get to a certain point, it'll start going back up.
Okay. Okie doke.
Where did he get a crown? I thought I was the only one with a crown. I'm actually wearing the crown.
Oh.
Yeah, I wish you could
Okay.
hide. Like, I wish you could wear armor, but then hide it. There might be a mod
Yeah.
that does that. Yeah, that'd be
Oh, true.
Okay. How can you tell what the temperature is? Because when you go on your
You hit
character,
C.
it says outside.
Yeah, it's basically the temperature of where you're standing.
Yep.
Okay. That's no help. Okay. How do you find out? You just go to character?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
hit C,
character.
and then,
And
Yeah,
you can leave that panel open and just hold down Alt to control your character again. So like if you got a pick in your hand, hit C, hold down Alt, and just click with the pick on the rocks below you. And if it goes up, then place a block there. All right, I gotta AFK again, so a little hungry, so I'm gonna log out.
Okay, I'm gonna have to wait until. Because it says outside temperature. That's why it's getting confusing here.
yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay, nope, there's body temperature. Never mind. That's different. Well, I know what to do. I'll just go and find
Yeah,
out
you
real quick.
want to go down, about 10 minutes. You don't need a big room, and definitely don't make it big.
No.
The cellar needs to be a small room. The room detection system has a max size that it will detect as a room. So exceed that. I think it's 7 by 7 by something. I think it might have changed, but any bigger than that, and it's not going to be. It's not going to see it as a cellar room, and you're not going to get the bonus.
Okay. 1, 2, 6, 7, 9, 10. Okay. Yeah,
I
I
knew
think
that
I
there
got
was-
it.
I came back here.
And
What does the guy got to do to get service?
what's the ceiling height for the cellar?
The ceiling height. Well, you want it to be about 3 or 4 blocks tall. The room itself.
Okay. It's been a while. That's all.
I have one in my house.
Hmm.
If you wanted to see how I did, because it's just a quick and dirty room.
No, it's just because I wanted to fit into my method of construction that I'm doing,
Sure.
right? And if I go outside of that, it kind of messes things up. Kind of doesn't fit. Now, you know it'd be really nice? Have something that will break things down to its component parts after you're actually done with it. So that when you actually have an overage of something, you can like put it in and it will give you back. You know, maybe
Like
not
what?
everything, but oh, like let's say for example, you've like I guess an example. I have one lead. I know I'm not going to get back all the materials I'm going to get from a single lead pane, but if I had like 4 left over, right, I could take the 4, put it into whatever, and I could get the lead and the planks and the glass. Maybe not the glass, but I'd get the lead and the wood back. but and then the glass would just be shattered. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it would be tough because the ratios, when you make those planes, you make them, one piece of lead makes 4. So
Yeah, that's what I mean. You wouldn't get it back if you were, unless of course you did bits. But that, I don't know. I think that would just complicate things even further. Although technically it would be bit, not an actual lead ingot. Also, you need to explain to me how you did this thing. Like, you go and you look at your cathedral, okay? And this is something that's like been like, kind of has wowed me every single time you've built the cathedral.
oh, what's that?
The stained glass. Okay, the way you've done the stained glass, it's like, my God, Jesus, it's like incredible. Every single time I've seen this cathedral and I see the stained glass, it's like, oh my God, it's like, oh, genius. And it's like, you don't do it once, you do it twice. You got it on one side, then you got it on the other, and it's like, oh my God.
Well, the other side is just, it's just the same. It's the same thing, but it's carried over to the other side. It's not mirrored or anything. That's why
No,
when you
'cause
go to
got
the
you got
when you
the
go to the other
shovel, you
side,
got
the FG at the top is backwards.
You go. Oh man, it's just, oh.
Yeah, well, it was. I had the dimensions. I knew the voxels, right? So I counted the number of, and I'm talking about the tiny ones, right? The smallest voxel size. So I knew how many blocks there were across, and I knew it's 16 voxels per block. So I knew the dimensions of it, and I went on the forums to look for an artist, and I was like, this is exactly the dimensions. These are the colors, because it's actually clay from bricklayers. It's the colored clay.
So you basically, this is from bricklayers, eh?
The colors of clay is from bricklayers.
That is why you're like, I can't build this unless I got bricklayers.
Right. So the bridge mod that I made is just, all it does is add the colors. But yeah, the artist like worked on the design. I tweaked it here and there. I had some input on it, but we had the color palette. We knew the color from all the different hardened clay variants. And then they just designed it pixel by pixel, and then I took the exact like PNG image, which was pixel to pixel exact.
Oh, so it's not glass, it's actual
It's clay. Yeah. The actual material is clay, cuz glass would have looked like total shit because of the how the chiseling works. You would have like faces behind faces, and it just would not have looked very good, and the colors would not have popped as much as they do. Like, the glass just does not have the color that clay does, and I wanted the design of it to be more prominent than just like the orange glass and the red glass. There's almost no difference visible if you're looking at it from a distance. So in order to ensure that the design was, very, very eye-catching, I made it out of the clay, which really turned out well. But yeah, the design itself was pixel. I basically, as I was doing it, every single block that the wall is made of, right? If you look at every block, it is every type of material. It's every single type, right? And it's, what is it? 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 14. Every block is 14 different colors of material. And so
you're using that one tool to do it.
Yeah, this is all chiseled. This was all before this was done. This building was done way before chisel tools was
Mm.
It was before even some of the quality of life stuff for the chisels actually existed. And it was part of this project that I asked Tyrone to do some quality of life stuff for chisels, which he implemented. So yeah, I just would go through. I'd have like the PNG on one monitor, zoomed way in on like Photoshop, so I could actually see the pixels, and I was just counting like this is 9 pixels of this color, and then there's one black pixel, and then there's 9 pixels of this color or whatever, and I was just
It's
working.
like you're on the other side. Okay, so you're on the other side of the cathedral. You look back at the door, and it's like it might as well be a mouse hole.
Yeah, it's a big
Like
big structure.
It's like, oh, jeez.
It was fun to
Yeah.
build. Like I want to do it again. I want to switch up the design a little bit. You know,
I'm sure.
try
This is
it
just
again because
incredible.
there's a couple little variations. It'd be nice to get some. Be nice to like do a like UK style cathedral with the fluting and the different colors of vertical. Like they did a really good job. If you look up like UK cathedral styles, they have there's a unique style to those. But
Mm.
yeah, it's a crazy project.
Well, my house isn't completed. Like I haven't furnished it or anything, but I tried to do it in a design that was basically like the Middle Ages,
Yeah.
where they'd actually have like areas where the rooms would be like walled off by doors. So like each room is a chamber. Like the whole stairwell area is like one big chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, I looked at it the other day. Took a peek.
well, the only thing I haven't done yet is the chimneys. That's the next one. That's why I was talking about the rods. I need the rods because it's the only way I can get an iron grate. And I want to put an iron grate at every level for ashes. For the ashes to fall down, like they would have in the older buildings.
Mm.
No, that was the plan. As you go and you look at, there's a good example of that in online right now. Mucky Mansion, if you go there, you'll actually see. But if you take a look, you'll see how big the fireplaces were back then. And because back then that's where the family would gather. They would gather in the kitchen because that would be the warmest place in the house. Because the fire in the kitchen was never allowed to go out, so that room was always constantly warm,
Yeah.
even in summer. And it's a different kind of warmth. So I tried to get that, tried to add that in. I tried to limit myself. I think I have time. Because also in medieval buildings, there was always one room that had like an odd fixture to it. Kind of sticks out. That's interesting how that worked. Not sure why it worked that way, but it did. Oh, God, I lost count again.
So, one thing I should mention out there is curious. The new version of Flexible Tools mod allows you to basically vein mine with any metal shovel and pick. So here we have a meteorite, which is it's the best. It's like the bestest. You have a meteorite tool, but shift break enables vein mining, right? If you just break normally, it breaks normally. It doesn't do anything. Same with the pick, right? You can vein mine with the pick. You don't need the world eater. How did you get down there for? What? But yeah, I can with this vein mine. The meteorite iron, it's the bestest because it's the rarest material, but it'll do 256 blocks. Compared to the copper, so the copper one will do just like 8 blocks, right? So very, very different in terms of the different tiers. And you can obviously change that, but it's a behavior. You can add it, right? You can add it to your own tools just by adding the behavior to the tool. Naturally, you need Flexible Tools mod because that's where the behavior is. But it'll work with any, right? If it breaks the block, and you're sneaking, right? If you're sneaking and you break the block, it will try to vein mine. Now, there's probably somebody out there that has found some weird exception to that, but I'm kind of curious what happens when I do it to ice. I'm just going to look here. Interesting. It just broke. Interesting. Okay. Well. I broke my pick.
Oh no!
Yeah. Anyway, obviously the world eater uses a completely different system for vein mining. It's related, but it's different. The system is different. So get out of here, Foxy. Get out. Just be smarter. So yeah, the World Eater is a different beast entirely. It behaves largely the same. It does now work on high fertility soil. So yeah, you can use it on high fertility soil. The new version also fixes a bug or two. But I need to make another meteorite pick. I just ate. All right. I need the tongs. I need the hammer. Where is it? Meteorite iron pick. There it is. And of course, I've got the Napster mod on here just to make this easier. I mean, it's cool. People are fans of the manual process, certainly. But having played this game for years, the cool factor is kind of worn off. So, and the metal bit recovery is another mod that is it's called metal recycling. But you have to use the actual split method. Metal recycling will not work if you just use the Napster mod for the whole thing, including removing boxes. It won't work. So, just the two mods do work together, and they do work, but you have to manually split it apart.
Welcome back, Oz.
Thank you.
No.
Bane my World Eater. World Eater's a dangerous tool to have lingering in your hot bar.
Yeah.
Interesting. Do I got an upper 6? No, I do not.
Are you going to bring that excess lead over back here?
I am.
Okay.
Why, you want it back?
I was just pondering whether to make more.
Oh, I can bring it. Hang on. Let me
I
get
know
it.
you made like 80 ingots.
I made a crap ton more than I needed. I did like, I went, oh my god, too much. There you go. Way too much lead. Oh.
Couldn't have stacked it.
Nope, that's easier. Although I probably could have. I'm just thinking about it now. I'm sorry. It was just so much fun to sit there on the Q button. I know, sometimes I make very little sense, but... I have enough. I think I do. Nope, I don't.
Let's sleep.
Oh, we're sleeping now?
Ah! Ah!
Sorry. Coordinated, but not a good way.
That was good. That we had good timing there.
So we're sleeping now, are we?
Yep.
Okay, let me find my bed.
I'm laying down. Wait.
Yeah. I'll find my bedroom. Eat first so I don't die.
Also has the pick of bedroom.
I do.
Now the question is, did he pick a luxury or is he in the plebeian section?
Didn't know how long you want to sleep, so I figured I better go with the aged ones. Aged beds rather than the grass beds.
Okay.
That was only 0.5. We got like a day and a half before the next storm. I don't know what it's going to be, but you know, it is what it is. I kind of want to do the next storm and maybe call it. So now the discussion is, what should we stream next? So we have one option is attempting the Uber production Factorio style game, which is a very modded, maximum crazy playthrough of Factorio in the expansion pack, with the goal of 1 million science per minute, which, believe it or not, is attainable. It would be spicy. It'd be really spicy, but it would be attainable. Other than that, I could do single player, like a Project Zomboid Build 42. Just to butts around, kind of learn the game. I'm not good at that game, so I usually have some pretty OP characters.
What are we talking about here?
Project Zomboid, but that's
Oh,
a single
yeah.
player.
Yeah.
That would just be me and people mocking me.
Mocking the way you play.
Well, I did see somebody attempt the split screen Steam remote play, janky system. One person has to be on a controller because obviously 2 people on a keyboard is not going to work. It basically simulates that somebody's sitting next to you playing split screen, which is crazy to think about. Anyway, so yeah, Project Zomboid would be single player. Factorio, Uber production. We'd probably do that. I don't know how many streams in a row. We might get 4 streams out of it. Maybe 5. Maybe more. I don't know. Depends on how fast we go. I'm not sure how much interest there would be So I'm always looking for feedback. Anybody who's got ideas.
Well, I'm not a fan of any games with zombies in them. Sorry. I basically got my fill with 7 Days to Die. Thank you very much.
Well, PZ is a single player only.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, like
I wanted to fill my food up and probably a log because I'm not a fan of the temporal, even though that's a good way of getting stuff. But yeah. I don't know. These days I don't have the tolerance for it like I used to. Just weird. There are other games though, aren't there? Like, I would think.
I mean, there are, but which ones would people? I mean, we just did a playthrough as much as I could tolerate of Generation Zero, and that fizzled out.
Yeah, yeah. I watched maybe two or yeah, maybe two streams of that and I'm like, nope, this isn't my game.
There we go.
Is that the only way you can do it? Is just hit G when you're on them?
That's what I do.
There are a
Okay.
few there are a few games that I do like though. And hold on a moment. Like there's one that's a co-op, but I doubt you'd be interested in it, and I think it's only for like you know, two people. And that would be oh, it's a new game too. Foundation. And that's a co-op.
Have some bread.
There's also like I'm a big fan of like I used to play a lot on a lot of Civ games way back when you had the before you had GameSty or LameSty, GameSpy. But there was also what is it, ICQ? You remember that?
Of course, I remember that.
Okay.
ICQ.
Well,
I still
that's-
remember my number, by the way.
Yeah. Well, that was where I got introduced to like the civilization. So I used to play a lot of, online stuff, and there was modding going on back then, where you'd actually almost change the entire game into something else, which was just incredible.
Yeah. Well, we're getting off the rails here. The discussion is what should we stream next.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not going to stream an old Civilization game. Yeah, like I went through my Steam games. I went through my wish list. Like nothing jumped out at me. I don't know. I'm more in line with like, if Renegade was here, he's got a finite amount of time left. So, I'd like him to pick. I know he's probably looking to do Factorio again. I'm sure. I know his kids are. But, so it wouldn't surprise me if we did that. But I might like. So the idea is like one day, like I stream Wednesdays and Saturdays. So like one of the days we could do like a Factorio, and the other day we could do something else.
there's always Imperion. We haven't played that in a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much has changed with that. I've been kind of watching it to see how much has changed. I know it's changed, but I don't think it's really changed all that much. Maybe they. I know they did an expansion.
Yep, they did. I got the expansion.
So, yeah. I don't like. I try to resist as much as possible forcing people to buy something in order to play.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's tough.
That's it for me too, right? I don't think it's fair, because you watch some of the people out there who are doing streams, and it's like, ooh, look at this. This is a great stream, and it's like, oh darn it, it's something that they have to buy, and it's like, some people don't have $80 to throw at a game.
yeah.
Especially not these days, anyways.
Yeah. So, I mean, kind of, at some point, I'm going to be bringing back the Vintage Engineering dev streams. When usually I like to stream that when I actually have a goal in mind that's attainable during a stream, which is hard to do. Like, I know the multi-block system. I mean, that's going to be in development for a couple months. Like, that is not a fast system, especially with me, because I struggle with that kind of development. So it's hard to do development streams when I'm just doing like a tiny portion of a big feature, because people are like, "Oh, you're not going to finish it in this stream?" It's like, no, this is going to be rough. And the fact that it's hard to concentrate on programming while I'm streaming, so I tend not to do as good of a job if I'm streaming at the same time. So I shy away from doing any really in-depth things. When I do stream, the dev streams, it's usually because I've got something that I know I can do and I know I can finish on stream.
Well, have you ever... Okay. Well, I know you don't have Eden Crafters, so I'm not going to suggest that one.
I mean, I'm not against getting a game to stream it, but as long as there's enough people that want to join and that are willing, to get it or already have it. And that's the problem. Most of, I watch a lot of channels, and most channels that do consistent streaming, they're single player.
Yep.
And so I can do that. I could do like Project Zomboid and just do single player and just talk to the audience.
Yeah.
Play along or whatever.
I see that you have Kingdoms Reborn. And
I really don't want to do another survival crafting building.
No, I don't think it is though. It's not. It's more like a strategy. There's no building or anything. It's just a strategy game where you're like, you got a civilization, you're building it up with farming and stuff like that. And
yeah, kind of a city builder.
Yeah, and you're basically like Civ, right?
Is it multiplayer?
You have it. You own it. You actually have the game Kingdoms Reborn. I've just never seen you stream it.
I think you might have gotten that to review it.
Yeah, and I've never seen the review either.
Kingdoms Reborn. I don't even recognize the name of it.
Yeah,
I
it's
just
here.
Believe it or not, I just tried to open the Steam overlay, which is why the
Yep, you've never streamed it.
Kingdoms Reborn. Last played 2021.
Yep.
11 hours. I definitely...
You played it, but you never reviewed it.
Well, I never really did any reviews of games.
No.
This might have been the game. Was this the game? There was a game that I tried to cover that was crashing almost as soon as I would start. Like I would start it, and then boom, it would crash. And I would go back in, start it, boom, it would crash. Yeah, I don't recognize this at all. Like,
You own it, but you don't recognize
I mean, I played it for 11 hours, and I don't recognize it, which tells you something. That's very not memorable. But yeah, like there's
Like, it's a challenging game all in all.
there's Night of the Dead. I mean, I know it's another zombie game, but it looks like there's a major update that dropped got a year ago for that. Jesus.
Yeah. They've done a lot of improvements to Planet Crafter too, by the by.
We just streamed Planet Craft.
I know. Stationeers, have you done that one? No, because you don't like the way it's set up.
I don't like Stationeers because it's too micro.
Yeah. You micromanaging?
Yeah, I mean you have to literally like program explicitly the angles of the sun to get your solar panels to work. Like,
Yeah.
that's not a game. That's a job. So
It's not intuitive enough. Like, there are games here where they've actually improved them to a point where they're not even playable anymore. Which is really, really too bad.
Is RimWorld multiplayer?
I think there's a mod that does multiplayer.
Because I remember. Do you guys remember when I tried to stream RimWorld?
Oh yeah.
That was one of the most hilarious. Like, I started the world because I had mods on it and stuff. I was excited to start it. Started the world, started getting up, got into a structure, and was immediately killed by a robot. Literally within 10 minutes of starting the world, I was dead, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
I thought you played longer than that.
Oh,
but
it wasn't very fast. Like, it was very fast. It was within the first 15 minutes, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Like the thing just destroyed me.
Yep.
And yeah, that was my attempt at RimWorld. But we might. I mean, there's some laughs you could do a lot with that, depending on it. We just did Satisfactory. We just played through that. Satisfactory 1.1 is got some spicy features, but I don't think it's going to be enough for us to revisit it. It's going to be good quality of life stuff. They're finally adding a vertical thing, like a vertical merger.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
Let's see.
Arc.
Nope.
You haven't played that.
That is a hard no. The company behind that it's going down. It's going down in flames. People are watching it happen in real time.
That's too bad.
The
It's like this one here. I used to play this one, Islands, with a Y, and it was really good when it first started, and then of course they got greedy because it became a pay to play online community.
Yep.
And now it's freeware. Kind of burns my buns to basically see it go from something you actually had to pay for, right, during development, only to have it turn into a pay to play, and then of course go to free. And yeah, it's just, and I don't even know if it's even worth having anymore, or even playing, because it had the potential of being a really good game, but they ruined it. Ruined it.
I've got some games on my list, but like, oh man, some of them have gone downhill in reviews.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's a very, very common thing that I'm seeing a lot of games doing is they'll come out, people are like, "Ooh, we're hopeful. This looks pretty good," and then it like they pull the rug out or something.
Yeah, like none of my friends in Steam actually play Osiris anymore.
We haven't done Volcanoids in a while. That might be enough.
Yeah, they kind of destroyed that game.
How?
Yeah, it's too bad. It was a really good game, but I don't know what they just made it. Oh, they did so much to it that it kind of ruined it.
I mean, the last update for Volcanoids is March 15th. They're still.
Yep, they're still updating it, but it's not really that fun. But you could always try it. I don't know if
Store page. I mean, it's very positive reviews. The reviews
Yeah,
haven't
reviews are
suffered.
still pretty good.
Maybe you're confusing it with a different game or something. I don't know.
maybe, I don't know. I just
Um,
went through my multiplayer list. I don't have it installed because nobody I know plays it. Nobody I know plays it. Like you play it and you have played it.
Yeah, we've covered it. I got 9.7 hours in Volcanoids. So obviously we probably streamed it once. Way. I mean,
Yeah.
I think we streamed it way long time ago. Ooh, let's go sleep.
I think we've done a total of two streams on it. Yeah, one was a really long time ago, and then one after they kind of implemented some.
They did an update
Yeah,
and added new content.
Yeah, they've done a huge amount of updates to it. So.
Oh yeah, obviously, because now it's like the space required is pretty much doubled.
It's nothing compared to Ark, though.
yeah.
God no. Ark has gone completely insane.
Yeah, if you look up on if you do searches on YouTube for like if you do searches for like Ark, Survival Evolved, or Snail games, like you'll see videos.
Oh no, like Ark is almost 150 gigs now.
Right, but they promised like Ark 2 by fall of 24. Then they switched it from Ark 2 to Ark Survival Ascended, which is essentially a carbon copy of Ark Evolved, and they just copied it into like a new engine, right? There was there's so much behind that, like lies, misdirection, just flat out like fraud, where they promise a bunch of stuff and then they pull the rug out. And then for Ark Survival Ascended, like they put out a ton of like DLC and stuff that was already promised to be like free updates, and like it's just
and
bad.
then they're charging you for it.
Yeah, there's a huge amount. It's supposed to be in early access still. It's supposed to be beta, and there's like 5 different DLCs for it. Like paid
Looking at them
DLCs
right now. There's actually 7 now.
Yeah, so it's the company itself, the publishing company, Snail. I mean, they're going to go bankrupt. They are out of money. They are massively in debt, and nobody is buying the game because they've lied, and like their monetization is not working, and the company's going to go bankrupt. They're going to sell it to the highest bidder. And so yeah, the Ark universe, will eventually be bought by somebody else. Somebody else is going to own that IP.
Yeah, I wonder who though.
And all of the official servers are probably going to be taken down. Like the whole thing is going to collapse, probably in the next 6 months. Because nobody is buying that shit, and
I can't see Microsoft being interested in it at all.
The Microsoft just spent $70 billion on Activision, Blizzard, and Bethesda, and like they they bought enough.
Yeah, they don't need to buy any more.
They need to figure out what they're going to do with what they have. So yeah, Arc
Like
is
they've
just going
improved
down.
it. They definitely improved on Minecraft with leaps and bounds.
Well, that's debatable.
You know, you would think, yeah.
That's extremely debatable.
I haven't played the Microsoft version of Minecraft, so
Yeah,
but
Bedrock. The fact that
It-
we're this far in and they don't have a proper modding API is just like,
you know,
why even
I don't
bother?
think they ever will.
So stupid. But
And
yeah, are we gonna get a notification of like
Yeah.
0.55 days? Like, let's.
I will
One
not-
look at a few games that I've been looking at.
Well, I'm not even going to suggest No Man's Sky. So
Yeah, I think the boat has sailed on that game.
I don't know. They keep updating.
They keep updating it, but like, who's gonna watch it?
Oh no,
That
they
already
they-
hasn't
they-
seen it.
they've-
Like-
oh yeah, they've introduced new planets and they got water in there now and just
Oh, I'm
a
sure.
whole bunch of like improvements and stuff like that. So oh yeah. And basically Emperion's been adding and adding and adding for a while now. The last edition is March 25th, so only 4 days ago. No Man's Sky added again for hang on. When did No Man's Sky do something? Oh, just 3 days ago. So oh yeah, some games are actually really improving. They just got
Empyrean,
different
let's see.
they just got new teams, that's all. I guess. So yeah. Yeah, I got the Empyrean Dark faction.
I remember Empyrean.
We'll
I wonder,
see.
I wonder if they've. I wonder if they've changed the data format. Empyrean. I remember. It was burned into my mind how hard it was editing Empyrean, because when I would the back end data, when the files for like building the universe, right? When the one that specifies all the variables for the planets, the materials, the minerals on the planets, and blah 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 blah. All those files are all the YAML format, right? YAML, YAML. And I remember very distinctly wanting to shoot somebody, because if there's an errant space, errant space somewhere, the file fails to load, right? If there's a tab out of place, right? That file structure is so strict, it has to be flawless. It has to be the spacing, the number of tabs, like everything has to be flawless for that file format to actually function. And it's like, why would you use this? Like, why would you use? There's so many more better ways of doing it. Like, so many better that are a little bit more forgiving of like a space. You just hit a space. There's too many spaces between one word and another word. Like, it was so annoying.
Well, it can't be that bad of a game. I got 520 hours into it.
It's not a bad game, but when I set up servers and I do that, there is a massive amount of time that I put in the back end behind the scenes to get it ready for
I
everyone.
figured. Yeah.
So it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
I spend a lot of time digging around those files, and yeah, when something like that happens, it's like, oh man, it's so annoying. But yeah, anyway.
Anyways, no, that's the one I was suggesting about the whole, if you wanted a multiplayer, because, I just think, just for something relaxing, if you wanted to stream something that would be relaxing, I would suggest Kingdoms Reborn. Like, I found that with Foundation, which of course is single player co-op. I mean, um, yeah, Foundation single player. I the there's a learning curve to it, and it's like it gets difficult like overnight. It doesn't matter if you're on easy or
You talking about
what
the city
have you.
builder?
The Foundation one, yeah, the one that I've tried, but the Kingdoms Report. Yeah, it's kind of like when you were like playing. You remember when you played what is it called? First Humans or something?
Dawn
Remember
of
that
Man.
one? Dawn of Man, yeah. You remember when you tried playing that one?
Oh, sure.
And you went, "Oh, I'm not doing this one."
I think I got pretty far in Dawn of Man. I did a game. I did a short series on Foundation too, because it was a pretty neat little free-form city builder.
Yeah, RimWorld. I have RimWorld. I do.
Yeah, I'll
I
have to
just
see
don't
if there's
have I didn't put any of I didn't get any of the DLC or anything like that, but
Oh, neither do
I just have the basic game. But
I don't know
I
if
only
it's
know it is a
multiplayer.
I don't think it's a multiplayer. I think what Oz
There is a
something,
multiplayer mod.
There's a mod for that.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not against using that. Austin and I played Dyson Sphere program together. And that was
Yep.
surprisingly functional. Been occasional weirdness, but yeah, for the most part it was.
Yeah. I got games that are multiplayer, but I don't I never have much chance. I know you did Grounded before.
Yeah,
They changed the game. They changed the game so much.
Yeah, we've done 2 full start to finish streams of Grounded, and then we did one of what was the one that was like Grounded?
Small
but
lands?
Small land. Yeah.
Well, I have a game called Once Human. It's multiplayer. It's very much like Cthulhu.
I didn't think you liked horror.
I love horror. I just don't like zombies. I like horror. I like thrillers. I just don't like zombies. I think they're overdone. You know, like we need at least a decade before they start making stuff with zombies again. There's Sapiens. That's a pretty simple game. It's a city builder, of course.
Yeah, usually city builders are single player.
Oh no, this one's multiplayer.
Ow.
It's early access. It's only $26. Well, they just introduced. Last update was in 2024, so it might have stalled, which is too bad. 'Cause it
Not
looked like
necessarily.
yeah,
Only November? That's not that long ago as far as
No.
it goes.
no, because we're only in March, so
Yeah.
well, almost April. So that actually, you're right. That's not too long ago. The last update they introduced canoes and point and click mode. But yeah, it's multiplayer. I only have one friend on Steam who's actually been playing.
Yeah, city builders are one of those genres that, I love city builders. Don't get me wrong. My city builder days go all the way back to SimCity on the NES. Like,
You know,
and but I've played so many of them that
Yeah,
it's like
like-
it's just like, okay, well, I even designed one. I have an entire design document that designed a city builder
well,
that I
they
did.
they
So,
they've done improvements to space engineers, of course.
Well, I'm waiting for Space Engineers 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for too.
So, um,
There's always Stardew Valley multiplayer.
I didn't think that was multiplayer.
It is. It's multiplayer now.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Stardew Valley is multiplayer.
Yep. They made the transition. Yep. People have been like asking and asking and asking, and they finally did it.
Interesting.
Yep. And the last update was back in 2024, December, just before Christmas. But yeah. Once Human. It reminds me of there was a game I was playing online.
There's the heavy temporal storm.
There you go. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking now so you can concentrate. I got things to do at
0.33
home.
days. Yeah. So the warning comes up when there's a third of a day. That's good to know. Temporal storm is approaching. You have 1/3 of a day. Interesting.
Yep.
I don't know why our temporal storms are timed like to be damn near midnight. I wonder if that's universal or if that's just a random chance. But yeah,
I thought the first one was during the day.
I thought so too. But now, like, I'm doubting myself because it's like, was it really? Because literally every single other one was at night, like in the middle of the night. I had one where it was like early spring, so the sun rose earlier than normal, and the sun was as the storm was waning, the sun was coming up, so it was a little bit brighter. But yeah, they seem to be only at night for some reason. Which is another reason why I like having this here. Alright, I am ready.
Where would I find pictures? If I took a
Screenshots?
picture- Yeah, if I took a screenshot in Vintage Story, where would I find that?
It's in your like My Documents normal pictures and then Vintage Story direct.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
My picture, depending on what version of Windows you have, there's half a dozen different ways they do this same thing.
Yeah.
For some reason, they can't decide which one to keep. That's Renegade still isn't around. Jeez, did he just fall off Pennsylvania like on fire or something? Like, what's going on? Maybe they have a huge storm or something like that, and just can't connect. I don't know.
So, like,
go ahead.
I was going to talk about potential games to play. So, I mean, you're in the middle of something. Go ahead.
No, I'm just rambling.
Okay.
Trying to bide my time before this storm hits. You might want to come out here and
Fair enough.
get ready.
There's a game I've wanted you to look at. I don't know if you ever have it. Abiotic Factor. Did you looked into that one at all?
I don't recognize the name at all.
Okay.
Abiotic? Is that what you said?
Yeah. ABIOTIC.
Yeah. Abiotic Factor.
Yeah.
It sounds like something my doctor would tell me. Your abiotic factor is low. You need more widgets in your Duvalaki. Like,
Yep.
get right on that.
Precisely.
I do like the view of the cathedral from here. That is very, very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want the cathedral to plop in your world, do a search on YouTube for what's the best way to get it? You could do Flexible Games Epic Cathedral, and that usually always the number one thing is always that video. And the link in the description is a link to the schematic file. Now, you're probably going to also want to find the tutorial for importing the cathedral. So cathedral import tutorial would be a good search. Because I kind of run through, it's not just as simple as like unzipping the file in a directory and going in the game, because as far as I know, the game has a limit to how big schematics can be when you import them, and you have to go into a file and up that limit, because the schematic for that thing is 3.2 megabytes. It's huge. Because there's a lot of chiseled blocks in there, and that's where that space comes from. So yeah, you gotta up the limit, and then you can import it. You just unzip it in the world edit directory, I think, and go gm2 we on tilde import files, and there it is, cathedral. The 119 is the old one. Slash gm1. Because I had to change the mapping to the gold block. The gold block code changed. And you need to get the full effect, you're gonna need bricklayers whenever that updates. So right now I have a temporary mod just so I could do this on stream and import it and show everybody. I just whipped up a quick mod yesterday that adds the hardened clay. But I'm not gonna upload it because it's all bricklayer stuff. So, but yeah, once bricklayers officially updates and it's all good, Tells has the schematic, and he's gonna make sure that everything is good to import. So he's got a lot of stuff on his plate. But then you need my Buggy's Random Changes mod. For the fence, for the chain. But yeah, part of me wants to change up the schematic and remove the bricklayers requirement, but yeah. I wish there was a base game way of doing all of that. I was pondering whether to do concrete, because these colors of concrete Vintage Engineering has, right? But yeah, that would be that'd be rough. That'd be a lot of that would mean that in order to get the cathedral, you have to have Vintage Engineering, and that I think is a little bit much for most people. People don't like those kinds of requirements. Interesting, the snow doesn't fly in here.
Yeah.
I didn't put walls on this thing, but it must detect the ceiling, and if there's a ceiling on it, it assumes it's indoors, so it just stops the snow.
Yeah, must do something like that.
I'm biding my time, everybody, for the storm. What kind of storm is it? Heavy. Okay, yeah. Good. Gonna be heavy. Gonna be a heavy flow day. Yeah. Not really sure what we're gonna stream next. I want to do something sort of like familiar and comfortable that I don't have to think about. I've been so absorbed in like modding Project Zomboid, learning that system, as painful as it has been. I need to take a bathroom break before the storm.
Yeah.
Time to get up? No. It is time, but I want to get this storm out of the way. Point one day is 10%. 2.4 hours. Wow.
But yeah, from there, um that abiotic factor would be something new. The other two suggestions I've got are Foundry and desync.
Desync, really?
Yeah, desynced. It's been a while since we've done that one. There's been some changes, probably not, or possibly not enough, but
Trying to remember desynced. That was the one where buildings needed to be next, like you had to build a certain things next to other things and like try to get the most benefit out of proximity bonuses, adjacency bonuses.
I
And you
don't
had,
think there was so much adjacency bonuses. I think you're thinking infra space.
I thought desynced had something like that. I know desynced had drones.
Yeah.
Um,
It's also possible I could be wrong, it's been a while since I played it too, so.
riveting, people. Waiting for this storm to start
Totally.
is riveting. Um,
yeah, from there was some other ones I had been looking at, but mixed reviews.
I mean, I don't mind revisiting a game we did before if there's updates and stuff for it. Oh, the snow just stopped.
Yeah.
Calm before the storm. Yeah. So how much changed with Desynced? Have you been keeping track of it?
Oh, it's been a little while since I looked at it. Wow, look at that wolf. It's like gray.
Yeah, it's been wandering around over there for a while.
Yeah, let me take a peek.
Well, the storm's about to start, so don't.
I'll be able to hear it.
Imminent. Comes up probably 0.25. I'm guessing 0.025. That's what I'm guessing. Imminent. 2.5%.
Okay, yeah, they had a major update back in February. It was called the Space-Time Update.
And away we go.
There it is. Here's the wave.
We kill stuff too fast.
Yeah. It is really difficult to imagine trying to take this in vanilla.
Nearly impossible. You remember how many times we died before we had some OP stuff like armor? Like,
Yeah.
we were dying constantly.
Not to mention we didn't have any temporal gears to lock our location, so here's another wave. Both had the idea to check up here. I see nothing.
Yeah, the shader that does this effect must be crazy. I can't even imagine the math that goes into this.
Yeah. Your brain probably looks like the distortion,
Yeah, it's probably just
like
like
the effect.
I would not survive.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's not the song to lyrics.
oh,
Faster.
how those things come up fast.
Yeah. I'm gonna check upstairs. Thought I saw something, but it was just something in the distance distorting. Oh yeah, you can see.
Being reminded that I'm only on like 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah. See the gears in the background. Yeah, it's too bad it's not day, otherwise we might be able to see. What is it, Larry or whatever, the giraffe.
I don't know what they call that thing, but I know like Renegade saw it, and I was like, I don't see it. I was very disappointed that I didn't see it.
Yeah. Yeah, to my knowledge, you haven't caught that on screen in all the streams we've done.
Larry, that'd be funny if it was Larry.
That's obviously the community name, but
Ow, sir.
on the wave already.
As a gentle reminder, you are holding a gear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, without this titanium armor, which, by the way, is like actually damaged,
Yeah.
I would have just been mincemeat by now. Those shivers really hit hard.
Yep.
Yeah, one thing I hope is eventually he eventually decouples world settings, because when you select for the difficulty of the temporal storms, you have different selections, and it's, you know, X amount of time in between storms, increasing in difficulty with a max percent at Y, right? So what I want is that to be decoupled. I'd love to see. I like to keep the storms at, you know, 10 to 20 days. I think that's more than fair. But with the mode that I have set at that setting, the max quote unquote intensity is 100%. And if you select like the worst, not the worst, but like the craziest setting, it's like temporal storm every like 5 days, but with a max intensity at like 400%. And I'm like, I would love to see what 400% looks like, but I don't want every 5 days. I think that would be exhausting. You'd never get anything done. You'd never get a build. You'd never get anything done. So
I'm gonna hop on my mount and I'm never getting off.
yeah, like it'd be such a drain on your time. Like literally every play session would be like, okay, here's another temporal storm and another temporal storm. Like, no, I want every 10 to 20 days, but I'd like, oh man, these guys are hurt bad. I've got 99% damage reduction, and I'm still like hurt. That's how much these guys hit.
Yeah.
Like, I want every 10 to 20 days, but I want a max of 400 or whatever. Like, I want a max of crazy. Just to experience it, because about the heavy temporal storm is about the only thing I've experienced, and I've never seen one that's even worse. So
It's probably still called a heavy. It just, you know, is 4 times. 4 times as much.
these guys are on
Sheesh.
in.
Wow.
Meteorite iron falcons of destruction.
Oh, starving.
I'm at 14 gears.
Jeez. Only got 7.
Aha!
Okay, this is
Bastard
probably
was
the
up
last
top.
wave. Ah.
$15 gears.
Very nice.
Oh, you killed the wolf.
Yep. It was annoying me. And I'm a jerk.
Alright, we got all the gubbins. So many of the gubbins. So, the nuggets we can extract over here. Let's set this to nuggets. You in there. That one. That one. Funny that the diamonds don't stack for some reason. I don't know why. They're the same. Gem, diamond, rough, potential, low. They're the same thing. Just for some reason they
Yeah.
just don't stack. Oh, I missed. Rich chunk. Bunch of Jonas parts this time around. Wow. Got tons of Jonas parts.
Yeah.
There. Another storm has been conquered. So I hope everybody got a good example of what is possible with this game. If you are a builder, if you like expressing yourself in myriad ways of design and building, using a near infinite variety of potential opportunities. Like the fact that you can have multiple materials in the same block space, and you can just go wild with the chiseling. It gives you the opportunity to basically be unlimited with what you can do. So if that appeals to you, and you like just, you know, doing a thing, and want to join the community, then you are more than welcome. Because yeah, more builders, more better. Because yeah, get to inspiring people with awesome builds, and push the game to be even better. And if you're a modder, and if you even want to learn modding or want to learn coding, this is a great game to do it with. It's actually, having modded 15 games, 20 games at this point, the modding API for this can be daunting, but it is one of the most flexible that I've ever seen. It is so well done, and it's only improving as time goes on. Or if you want to specifically support my work in this, and Vintage Engineering, and all the other mods that I have, I've got 14 now. You know, please consider being a channel member or a patron, and encouraging me to continue keeping those up, because it is a huge time sink, and it's basically what I do full time. So it is a huge undertaking. So yeah, it's a lot of work, and I'm learning a lot, but man, whew, it's tough. But yeah, I really hope that everybody saw like what you could do with this. It's not just another voxel game like you've seen. This game really stands out, and has an immense great community and growing modding community. Like, just over the summer last year, they surpassed 1,000 mods, and we're already at like 1,400. So it's like, it's a big community, getting better. So much potential. I'd love to see big Minecraft modders just make the switch, because man, this game would skyrocket in popularity if there were a few mods. And that's one of the reasons why I'm making Vintage Engineering, is because I wanna sort of attract the tech audience, right? And have a power system, and be like, hey, you know, you just plug into the power system. So yeah, fun times there. Anyway, that's gonna do it for the stream today. Come back on a Wednesday, where God only knows what we're gonna be streaming. We're gonna be streaming something, and you know, we'll keep it a surprise. And I don't even know. Put something in the hat and pick it out, I guess. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for coming by, everybody for checking it out today. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself. Subscribe if you're new to the channel, and consider being a patron or channel member and joining us on these multiplayer streams whenever possible. And yeah, I hope everybody has a great rest of the weekend, and stay warm.